And we will now move on to agenda item 68 for possible action. Any items from this afternoon session, council, staff, and our applicant wish to be stricken, table, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Please, Mayor.
Mayor, item number 69, a request for a waiver in our reduction of fees and civil penalties at 1000 Bracken Avenue. The property owner, SNV Properties LLC. That item has been stricken as requested by staff. Item number 73, EOT 76251, applicant B&G Equities LLC, owner JLNW LLC at 2425 North Rainbow Boulevard. That item also is obeyed to 6519 as requested by staff. And item number 90, GPA 75814, the applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, on approximately 226 acres in the Fremont East District, generally located south of Interstate 515, west of Eastern Avenue, north of Carson Avenue, and east of Las Vegas. That item has been requested to be obeyed to 8/21/19 by the applicant. That is all I have, Mayor.
And that's your motion?
My motion is to follow through with these requests.
Okay, and we have a question from Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. On item 59, Robert, 69, I'm sorry, do we have is something moving in order to resolve the issues with that house at 1000 Bracken Avenue?
So, Mayor, through you, and Section Manager Azuna is there as well. But in this one, the reason that we've requested that it be stricken is since the request was submitted, the property has changed hands. And so in order for you to hear the waiver request, we need the new owner to come forward and make that request.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there is a motion on the table, and if you'd please vote and post. I'm having a good time punching here, but nothing, and I vote yay. And that motion, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, carries. We are now on agenda item 70, since 69 was stricken. Public hearing. In discussion for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees totaling $2,010 out-of-pocket costs, $19,500 in civil penalties for a total of $21,510 recorded against property located at 1240 South 17th. Property owner is Katie Chen, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. It's a public hearing. I declare open. Good afternoon. Ms. Azuna, who had a birthday recently. Happy birthday.
I did, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. The item before you today is a public hearing for a request of waiver of fees and civil penalties at the request of the current property owner and the owner of the property at the time of the abatement, Katie Chen, for the property at 1240 South 17th Street. This case originated in June of 2018, and code enforcement verified that a fence had been installed at the property and was not permitted and did not meet our zoning requirements. A notice and order was issued on 8/1/2018, and code enforcement then had to take action in December 6, 2018 by removing the illegal fence and unpermitted fence after not receiving a response from the property owner, and they had not brought the property into compliance. The total outstanding hard costs for this property is $2,010, and outstanding daily civil penalties assessed were $19,500 for a total of $21,510. Code enforcement performed a total of 12 inspections on this property during this time frame, and the owner was also notified of the hearing to approve the abatement liens and the civil penalties on January 30th, 2019, and the owner did not show up for that hearing. This property has not been rehabbed at this time, and the current value of the property is $179,462 on Zillow. At this time, staff requests that you deny this request of waiver as the owner did not comply with the request from code enforcement and either obtain a permit or remove the fence.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on this item? I'll close. Yes, please come forward and state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, Councilor. My name is Katie Chen. I'm here to taking care of this house. The problem is we haven't taken care of the house because I never received any mail. So the mailbox of the property was broken. The mail was stolen and taken, and there were few break-in on the property, so we had to call police few times. That's why we never got the mails, especially the penalty mail. Because if I got the mail, I will absolutely taking care of that problem. So that's the main problem, because I never received any mails. And the other problem is I had a misunderstanding with the code fence enforcement officer, because I was talking to him and text to him and followed his instructor. So I took some piece of the fence out. So I thought the problem was taken care. And after that, I text him, call him. He never text me back or call me back. So I saw that the problem was taken care of. Then all of a sudden, my fence was all gone. And I didn't even know, was the city planning department did that. I thought it was somebody stolen or whatever. So then, I had no idea about the fence code law. I just simply had no idea, because I hired a designer, I hired really professional people to build a very nice fence, and it's very beautiful and it's very firm. All the neighbors walk by, they will give me a compliment. And I drove by the neighborhood, I saw a lot of a breakdown, a really dangerous, terrible looking fence. So I was like, oh, okay, my fence shouldn't be a problem, because my fence looks so beautiful. So I just didn't know, it would be a problem. But after I think I finally received a letter, because my neighbor told me something, so I went to the city department, so I finally received the letter, so I started taking care of the property. As you can see, I took off the fence completely, and I just built these very little ones, so it should meet the requirement of the city planning. Also, I'm just here to ask if you can waive the $19,500 penalty, because I just had no clue. I didn't have any idea about those. Otherwise, I would definitely take care of the problem.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to comment on this at item 70? Okay, I'll close public hearing. Anything else from planning? Mr. Summerfield, Lowenstein, anything? Okay, Mr. Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to make sure that you say the fence now is down, the one that was is out of code. You did lower that, Ms. Chen, or reduce it? Code inspector is saying no. Let me ask you, Vicki.
The city, we actually hired a contractor and went and removed the fence.
Okay.
Because she was not responding to phone calls and messages from the code enforcement officer.
Understand. Okay. I did get a letter from you, Ms. Chen, that indicates you were out of the country for part of that time. However, is the house for sale, or are you, something happening where that house can be occupied?
The house, when I bought the house, we bought, my agent is here, so we bought from city, because it was had some problem. So then we trying to fix it up. They have a lot, right now still have a lot of like plumbing problems. So one time my water bill was like $1,900. So I'm still in process in fixing the house. Yeah, the house we're still like fixing it up. It's not done yet.
Okay. We have a policy in Ward 3, and everybody has different policies, but we, in particular, Ward 3, we're generous as far as waivers if we see something happening. But I see that the house is still boarded up, and there's no indication that you're going to put anybody in there. Is it your intention to sell it?
Not anytime soon.
Well-
Yeah, because we still have to fix a lot of problems, the plumbing, the electrical, we keep talking to different we actually paid the people to fix it already, but didn't fix the problem.
Could you please
So-
come back to Ward 3 in the very near future? I don't know if my assistant Ido is in the audience, but she'll direct you to get an appointment with us so that we can help give you guidance as to how to get an abatement. You probably qualify, but as you know, we cannot possibly waive the hard cost that we spent. But it's a little premature to ask for a waiver on the administrative expenses until we see your intent, which is to have somebody in that house. So I'm going to move,
There's Ito.
okay, no, I'm sorry, what do we have now?
I'm actually her real estate agent.
I can't hear you.
I'm her real estate agent, and I wanted to explain that it's been a lot of break-ins. That's why we have. Oh, okay. I'm Marina Veranova, and I'm Miss Chen's real estate agent. So it's been a lot of break-ins in the house. That's why we have it boarded at the moment, so it doesn't cause any more damage. But
Well,
she's
I
working
think
on it.
maybe what I want to make sure is, you see, what's the point of granting an abatement if there's no reason to? If you don't have a buyer for the house, if you don't have an occupant for the house, we want you to get that house occupied, and we will give you a lot of incentive, but I don't see any motion in that regard. So
That's her original intent, to have an occupant in the house, but due to a lot of problems with fixing the house, that's why it's taking a long time.
I would like to very much see you again. If we could obey this till the second meeting in June, that will give you a month to get in shape and make it possibly to be on the market, so that you get your commission, you get your proceeds, and we get part of our money and all our costs back. Come back, Your Honor, I'd like to move that we obey item 70 until the second meeting in June.
What's that, the 15th?
Yes, ma'am.
June 19th. Okay, there's a motion to obey this till June 19th. Please vote and please post, and obviously get something going and make an appointment with Councilman Coffin's office so you oblige that. Okay? Did we post? It carried. Thank you. You're obeyed till the 19th of June. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, item number 71 is
my
on the
staff.
consent agenda, is considered to be routine, recommended for approval by the Department of Planning.
No,
Mayor
I'll
Pro
just
Tem,
send them a
may
message.
I have a motion to approve consent agenda, item number 71?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve item number 71 on the consent agenda.
Thank you, there's a motion. Please vote, please post. Motion carries. Agenda item number 72, EOT 76209, public hearing, applicant owner Fremont Properties LLC, possible action or request for an extension of time for a non-conforming liquor establishment tavern at 1930 Fremont Street, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends approval. It's a public hearing. I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present on agenda item 72? Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, that is a one motion, one vote item. They signed their form, so that just, unfortunately, the other one motion, one vote item was obeyed, so it looks a little weird to have one item on the one motion, one vote, but that's just a procedural request
Okay.
to move that forward.
Okay, so on Councilman Coffin, I'll close public hearing.
I'll move for approval of item 72.
Thank you. This motion to approve agenda item 72, please vote and please post.
Damn it.
I can't, but I'm trying. There it goes. And that motion carries. 73's been obeyed to the 5th of June. So we are now on to agenda item 74, 5, 6, and 7. GPA 74265 and a request for a general plan amendment from MLA medium-low attached density residential to GC general commercial on .34 acres, number 75, SUP 74267. Request for a special use permit for a single-room occupancy residence use, number 76, SUP 74268. Request for a special use permit for an alternative parking standard to allow 15 parking spaces where 23 are required. Number 77, SDR 74266. Request for a site development plan review for a 5-unit single-room occupancy social service provider facility on .66 acres. The applicant owner is Family Promise of Las Vegas at 1437 1485 Miller, C2 General Commercial Zone. Planning Commission staff recommend approval on all items. These are in Ward 5 of Councilman Creer. Our public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Okay, and who are each of you, please?
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Goodman. My name is Chris Thornton. I represent Family Promise as the board president. I have with me Terry Lindeman, our longstanding executive director of Family Promise, and Ann Johnson of Search Flight Studios, our lead architect on the project that we have proposed.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, the proposed development consists of a multi-purpose building to be utilized as a transitional living facility and resource center for homeless families. It is compatible and sensitive to the adjacent development in the subject area. The submitted alternative parking demand analysis concluded that the proposed 15 parking spaces are more than adequate to serve this type of proposed facility. As such, staff is recommending approval of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. This is public hearing, or these are public hearing items. Anyone who wishes to be heard, please come forward, state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Mayor. My name is William O'Neill McCurdy. I live at 1117 Hart Avenue in Las Vegas, Nevada, in the Vegas Heights area. I'm so happy that Councilman Creer was re-elected to the City Council for 4 years. I'm very happy that. And Mayor, you know, I'm happy that you have been reelected for the balance of the 4 years, which give you 12 years, which I had the opportunity to work in your campaigns. I like to say I oppose this venture, and the reason why I oppose it because we have a school down the street. As you know, Ward 5 have been the home to a lot of social service agencies, and I have nothing against this organization, but if I remember correctly, back in the 60s, that was the site of Johnny's Food Basket, that was zone commercial also. And we need rooftops in West Las Vegas in order to be able to attract more development in our community. If we're ever going to attract development, we got to put rooftops. I served on the Las Vegas 2020 board by appointment of your husband when he was mayor. And I've always tried to make the best quality investment in West Las Vegas that we can have rooftops. I'm not going to oppose what they do as a profession, but we have so many social service agencies. And if I remember correctly, we have a lot of churches in that area which have been grandfathered in, and then we had a moratorium that we didn't want no more churches to be put in Vegas Heights. And the reason why people come to Vegas Heights and come to West Las Vegas is because the land is very cheap. So when you can get cheap land, you can come and do cheap developments, and you can do developments in that area. And I'm very opposed to that because of the fact I want my neighborhood to be like Bonanza Village. I want my neighborhood to be like Scotch 80s. I want my neighborhood to be like Summerlin. I want my neighborhood to be like everywhere else. You have done a good job trying to enhance the quality of life in West Las Vegas, the quality of life on Martin Luther King with all of the new development that is going on that particular area. But I am definitely opposed to that project being built. We do not need to have another social service agency in West Las Vegas. If we oppose the Moulin Rouge project when they wanted to put, the county wanted to put a building in there, and that is in a much bigger area, much bigger facility, I just think if you guys vote against us and not help us to revitalize West Las Vegas by filling it with more social agencies, you're not doing us no good. And if I remember, every one of you said that you want West Las Vegas to be like every other part of the community. And I don't know why we cannot protect the historic Vegas Heights area.
Thank you. Okay, since so many of you are here, and each of you takes 2 or 3 minutes. First of all, I'm going to ask for a 1-minute timeline, but if in fact what I'd love is any new additional information added, not what Mr. McCurdy has so eloquently stated so comprehensively. And certainly give your name. If it's an unusual spelling, please spell it for our record. For those of you who are opposed, I assume you're standing in this line, and for those who are for the development would be standing in this line. So, with your permission, why don't you have a seat? And we will start with the first in line here. Because there's so many of you, I'm going to limit you to 1 minute, so when you hear the buzzer go off, please conclude. But again, I'm asking you for new information, and please come forward and state your name. And it is all male, I don't see any women.
Stanley Washington, Las Vegas. This item has been discussed at the Churches of Southern Nevada. They meet every Tuesday to discuss community issues. And I understand that the councilman is going to be speaking at the Shepherd's Breakfast this next Wednesday to talk about the Opportunity Zone. This item will be on there as well. So they oppose. So this is the will of the people. And so if he moves forward, then we'll just address it as the will of the people. Has no choice to go ahead and do that, and then we'll do what we have to do. So that's new information, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So the people don't want it, but if he decides that he wants it against the people, then there's consequences. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor Tim, Mayor Goodman, Councilman Creer, and staff. My name is Royal Byron, and I'm a property owner on Miller, and I actually purchased that property because it was commercial, and with the intent that I intended to do something positive for the community that I'm born and raised in. I recently owned a barber school. I owned the first barber school, and I had intentions within that location to put a school, something more vibrant for my community. And I'm against it because, one, changing it to residential will lower my investment of the property and my intention, and I'm just opposed for what they're trying to put there and bringing the homeless sector more into the community instead of bringing some education and training to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. Next, thank you.
My name is Matthew Bradford, and I oppose.
Okay, thank you very much.
My name is Raul Hernandez, and I oppose.
Thank you very much.
My name is Manuel Romero, and I oppose.
Could you spell your last name, sir? I'm sorry.
R-O-M-E-R-O.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
My name is Angel Gutierrez, and I oppose.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thomas and Maddie Hamilton, and we stay at 1484 Blankenship, right on the other side, and we do not want it.
Thank you very much for coming down. Delighted to see a lady. Okay, gentlemen, keep coming.
Good afternoon. My name is Christian Soto, S-O-T-O, and I go to school in the area, so I oppose.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Councilman. My name is Juan Lazaro, and I also oppose.
Thank you very much, Juan.
Name is Abraham Montano, and I oppose.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Manuel, and I oppose too.
Are you at school in the area? Which school is that, please?
It's Nevada First Bible School,
Okay.
so it's in the area too.
Thank you. Thank you. Pardon?
Good afternoon. My name
Name?
is Daniel Medina, and I oppose.
Okay. Are you also a student there?
Yes.
And same school?
Yes.
Thank you. Somebody has a lot of juice to get all these people.
Good afternoon. My name is Carlos Hernandez, and I oppose.
Are you a student also?
Yes, ma'am.
How many of you are students at the school? Wonderful. That's a good school. I hope you all pay. It's all part of the school.
My name is Joseph Catlett, and I oppose.
Fine. And when you go to the school, how many of you live in the neighborhood, if you'd raise your hands? You all go to the school, but how many live a block or two away, 3 blocks? Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, please.
Hello.
Are you guys 17 or 18 years old? Are you?
I'm 19.
You're 19? Okay.
Yeah.
How many of you are registered to vote? There you go. Thank you.
We're responsible citizens.
Yeah.
And
My name
earnings.
is Jose Mendez, and I oppose.
Okay, thank you. You're all cute, I'll tell you. Well-mannered. I mean, my gosh, I wish I'd come to the
Good
barber
afternoon,
shop.
Councilman.
Yeah.
My name is Pedro Chaides, and I oppose.
Thank you. What an enrollment. This is incredible.
Good afternoon. My name is Luis Garcia, and I oppose.
Okay. Aren't they wonderful? Are you coming through a second time? No, I'm kidding.
Good
I was just
afternoon.
say the line, it's like at the circus, the little car where the people keep coming out. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Terrell Coleman, and I oppose.
Thank you. Are you a Coleman?
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Gabriel Realica, and I oppose.
Thank you. Would you spell your last name, please?
Realica.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They're wonderful.
Good afternoon. My name is Gregory Fair, and I oppose.
Are
I
you
live, work,
also-
and play in the neighborhood.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't know if you were a student there, too. I thought you were a little older.
I'm an instructor.
All right. Way to go.
Good afternoon. My name is Andy Adame, which is A-D-A-M-E, and I oppose.
Thank you. Are you instructor also?
No, I'm a student.
Okay.
The mustache.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Keller, Noah Nakamoto, and I oppose.
Okay. Are you a student or an instructor or
Student.
neither? Student. You've
Yes.
already done your hair. It looks good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Alejandro Madrigal, and I'm also a student there, and I oppose.
Madrigal.
GAL.
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 Thank you. Oh, look what's happening now. The ladies are coming.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Hutchison. I'm a student at this school, but I also grew up not far from this neighborhood. Given the type of neighborhood it is, given the community that is around this neighborhood, I believe that having more of an educational kind of growth in that area would benefit it as opposed to what is being asked of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Faye Fabio, and I oppose.
And FABIO?
FABIO.
Thank you very much. Hi there.
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman. My name is Christina Cepeda, and I also oppose.
And last name spelled, please?
Cepeda.
S-A or S-E? S-I?
C-E-P-E-D-A.
I did great. Terrific. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Royana Pinkney, Pinkney, and I oppose.
Thank you very much. Student also?
Yes, I'm a student, and it's also
Thank
my
you.
father's property.
Wonderful. Thank you. Hat off, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You've got good hair, so why not show it?
Hi, my name is Jeremy Bermudez, and I oppose.
Thank you very much. Did you get that spelling? Oh, see, you're a clever lady. Oh, better spell your last name.
B-E-R-M-O-D-E-Z.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Jeremy.
Good afternoon. I'm Gregory Fair Jr., and I oppose.
A student? It's
Student.
Instructor, student. You should be on the radio. Your voice is really good.
I get that a lot. I
So
appreciate
do
it.
that next. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Carlos Quinones. I also oppose.
Okay. Student?
Yes.
Good. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Cynthia Jones. I'm a student instructor, and I oppose.
Wonderful. Thank you all for coming down. You're a great group. You're hired. Great group. Really
Mayor,
appreciate it.
we
And
didn't get-
now, wait, we have our lady, our pros.
Hang on one second, we have our clerk that needs something.
We'll come up to you.
I cut in line. She asked that I go first.
Are you a pro?
I'm a pro.
Okay, but
I
wait
just
a
wanted to
minute.
share some information.
Okay, but hold on one second. Very important. Mayor Pro Tem's very smart. What's the name of the school? Nevada's First Barber School, with an address of, in unison. 1401 Decatur Boulevard. See, like when you were all little and your mom said to you, here's your address, don't forget where you live. Well done. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Todd Kessler, 300 Las Vegas Boulevard North, as well as Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I was just sitting in the audience. I wanted to share one piece of information. I had the honor of being their landlord for 5 years when we purchased the senior center from the city on, I think that's on 9th Street. I forget what street it's on in downtown. And never had any problems as it relates to their tenancy with the homeless situation. And in actuality, they were a benefit to all the stuff that we were doing in the community at the time. So just from that perspective, I wanted to share that. Thank you.
And Mr. Kessler, is this just then a transfer of a business that continues to do the same type of business
Oh, yes,
it's been
I'll
doing?
let them speak about their mission, but their mission is to help families that are homeless. This is not a typical shelter type of establishment, but I'll let them talk about that.
Okay.
From a landlord's perspective, we've never had any problems as it relates to any issues in the parking lots, anything along those lines.
And no police reports?
I think there might have been one incident that might have been, but that was the more...
Not their
Yeah.
doing? Okay, thank you. Okay, team. And if you would all do the same, say your name, spell your name if it's unusual, even though you've already done it, and refresh us.
Thank you again. Good afternoon. My name is Chris Thornton. I live at 387 Calabria Ridge Street in Las Vegas.
Okay.
Hold on. Madam Mayor, just for a point of clarification.
Yes.
I know we had some people who were in favor of this motion, and since we had public comment, I didn't know if you wanted to continue with the public comment of the pro, and
Well,
then...
I see the lady, she was by herself, that was one.
We
but-
do have a few others as well.
And it-
Okay, I didn't know if you wanted to take it back to the
just-
applicant first, or go to public comment, and then bring the applicants back. I'm not sure. I just wanted to...
Okay.
make sure.
Well, the main thing was that as the first public comment on the pro side was Mr. Kessler, who then said, having been landlord and having this a continuing operation, but that the team was here to speak to it, and at his suggestion, I was just following with allowing them whatever they felt, because they're all together. So
Thank you.
hear from them, but since it's your ward and your
Nope,
issue.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to, I didn't know if the other people who were pro during public comment wanted to speak as well.
We'll
That's
have
all.
them come up anyway
Thank you,
at
Madam
some
Mayor.
point and say your name, so we have you on record, even if you may not speak because they're covering everything. Okay, back to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Goodman, Councilman Creer, and ladies and gentlemen of the council. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you this exciting project that Family Promise of Las Vegas is embarking upon today. My name is Chris Thornton, and I have the privilege of serving as board president for Family Promise of Las Vegas, and also as a senior vice president at Credit One Bank here in Las Vegas. I have with me today Terry Lindeman, our longtime executive director, as well as Ann Johnson of Spark Flight Studios, the lead architect on this project. This project, which was approved by the Planning Commission and staff unanimously, which is located at the corner of North Martin Luther King Boulevard and West Miller Avenue, will provide much-needed services to the citizens of Ward 5 and will serve to beautify what is now and has long been a vacant parcel of land. What is being proposed is an 8,000 square foot facility that will serve as Family Promise of Las Vegas Center of Operations for years to come. It will contain administrative offices, training facilities, and 5 short-term bridge apartments to help families that are in immediate crisis. Through the construction of this roughly $2.5 million facility, Family Promise intends to further expand on the legacy that we have long championed, helping homeless families with children in Clark County achieve sustainable housing and independence through a compassionate, community-based response. First, I'd like to provide you with a little insight into who Family Promise is and how we operate. We've been a long-standing partner of many organizations, including the great city of Las Vegas, in helping to end homelessness right here in Clark County. We've been doing this for over 23 years in our community. We're not a religious organization, we're not a shelter, but rather an organization that partners with religious organizations of all faiths throughout the valley, from Centennial Hills to Henderson, from Summerlin to Boulder City, and everywhere in between. What these congregations do is every afternoon, our families are carried to those congregations for sheltering and food in a warm, safe, and compassionate manner. In the mornings, our families are picked up from those facilities, their children are taken to school and or daycare, and then the adults are brought back to our day center, which is what this is proposed to be. We provide case management, we provide laundry and shower facilities, we provide them a place to store their things, and through the excellent work of Terry and her staff, we're able to achieve a 70% success rate with those families in terms of achieving long-term sustainable housing. We are not dealing in street homeless. We are not operating a food kitchen or a food pantry or soup kitchen in any way. The families we serve come to us in a time of crisis, and they're carefully screened before they are accepted into our program. We operate by appointment only. We drug screen all of our applicants. We typically serve between 10 and 20 clients at any given time, 2/3 of whom are children under the age of 18. The parents of these children are often single parents or same-gendered parents that sometimes find it difficult to find services from other organizations here in the Las Vegas Valley. We currently operate our day site from a 1,200 square foot rented building at 1410 South Maryland Parkway, just south of Charleston. Prior to this, we occupied the building at 9th and Bridger that was mentioned. We are now in an area of commercial businesses surrounded by others that many of whom have written letters of support for us. I have those with me today. These letters speak to the great work done by this organization and serve to confirm our respect for our neighbors and our neighborhoods. Not one of our immediate neighbors, current or past, has ever had an issue with the manner in which our clients have conducted themselves, nor in the manner in which our building and surrounding areas were maintained. Each of you received a personal invitation to see our current facility firsthand from our executive director, Terry Lindeman. It saddens me that not one of you were able to see our operations firsthand, as what you would have seen would have been, we do not serve the chronic street homeless, we do not serve meals out of our facility, we do not have anyone milling about waiting to receive services from us. You would see that we take pride in our building, where we provide a clean, safe, and discreet building intended to beautify the neighborhood in which we occupy. And we only serve those that want to help themselves, providing a hand up, not a handout. This proposal will allow Family Promise to further expand the services we offer today. We intend to increase our capacity as the need for services only continues to grow. We intend to double the number of case managers that help these families navigate out of homelessness, becoming productive members of society. Our facility will further provide space for much-needed training on things like budgeting, healthy eating, being a good renter, and other essential life skills. The site we selected for this project is important to us for a variety of reasons. The location sits in the middle of 3 zip codes where 60% of the families that we serve come from. The location sits at the crux of other vital social services that are necessary for these families' successful journey out of homelessness. It has access to multiple bus routes that are easily accessed from the site, meaning access to jobs, training, schools, and other necessary services. It provides a safe, home-like environment so important to our clients, 67% of whom are children under the age of 18. It was intended to beautify what has been a vacant lot since the 1970s. It was listed for sale for several years prior to our purchase of this lot. We have conducted community canvassing in the surrounding areas, conducted a community comment meeting in the fall of 2018, and received the support of everyone who attended those meetings. All of this culminated with approval from the Zoning Commission and staff to move forward with this project. Congregations throughout the valley, some of whom are here today, have also voiced their support for this project. You've heard from our detractors, and that comes from lack of knowledge, for firsthand knowledge about how we operate and who we are. We've invited many of these people over the years to visit our facilities, to open a dialogue, and to educate them as to how we are different from other organizations that serve chronic street homeless. Often these voices have chosen not to take us up on those invitations, and rather to oppose our presence in their neighborhood without ever seeing with their own eyes how Family Promise differs from the common perception of homeless service providers. This project is not a referendum on homelessness, nor is it intended to singularly end homelessness in the Las Vegas Valley. What it is a project that will allow a great, long-tenured, well-run organization with an impeccable reputation the opportunity to further serve those in need and to be a beacon of hope for those that need hope the most. My respectful ask is that you look beyond the term homeless in approving this project, that you judge the project on its merits, that you vote for what you know is right, that you don't let the uninformed provide undue influence on your vote, that you ignore out-of-town interests, that you think of the future and what it holds, both for the fortunate and unfortunate equally. Ultimately, an affirmation of this project could be your legacy, one that you and others will be proud of and look back upon as a turning point for the great city of Las Vegas and the plight of the homeless families that call it home. Thank you for your time.
Well done. Wow.
Please.
Okay, Ms. Linderman, you want to speak to this as well, please?
Thank you. Very much so. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Goodman and City Council members, Councilman Creer. I want to first thank you all for the time you've given us to meet with us and to talk to you about how important this project is for our community. In today's meeting, I came early, and I was sort of surprised how many times I heard the word homeless or heard the word children. Arash Ghaffari is a good community partner of mine. In fact, we work together quite often to reunify homeless teens that he's serving with homeless parents that are in other shelters, and Family Promise provides services to them. It's very important to me that our community know that we would never want to be somewhere that people don't think will do a good job. But we didn't pick this corner lot because the land was inexpensive. We did strategic planning about 8 years ago and decided the zip codes where most of our families were coming from is where we needed to have that front door of services. And as it has turned out, it is 89106. In the past 2.5 years, we have helped over 143 families from City of Las Vegas zip codes. We have to track them on HMIS. And I will tell you, you can trust our figures because we got the first prize for data quality from the Continuum last year when they gave that award away. Our data is good. 60% of those families are coming from 89106. They are families that live there. They are families that lost jobs. They are families with children. 67% of all the people we serve are children because we're primarily serving single moms and single dads. In our city today, Family Promise is the only place single dads can come and get help. Services at the rescue mission right now are very tight. So single dads with children need to come to Family Promise for services. We have historically, over the last year, been the first door that gay and lesbian moms and dads come to, because there are no other shelters that can treat them as a couple and as a family holistically. 3 of our most successful families of that target population were this year. Both moms got jobs, children were great kids in school. These are families. We don't serve chronically homeless street people because that's just not what we do. But I want all homeless people to be served in our community. And as Councilman Coffin, in all due respect, said that it was a scourge, I call it a 5-alarm homeless fire all across Clark County. So I'm really stunned and I'm really confused as to why you wouldn't want a bucket brigade in any zip code. And I consider that Family Promise. We work with everybody, and we have for 23 years. The Honorable Oscar Goodman is such a hero to me that my passwords on many of my computer profiles are either his name or the date we were here before, which was May 17th. I think it was 2007 when we had to leave the Old West Side.
Please change those.
Pardon?
Please change your passwords.
Oh, I will. Well, you don't know exactly what they are. Anyway, I'm going to shorten this up. I respect the neighbors that came forward and said they don't want us there. But I'm having difficulty with a barber school bringing out all their students when it is one of their instructors that wanted to buy the land. You know, we could have done that, but our clients are working today and they couldn't get off work. These are families that were homeless but now are working. So I really wish that the students would have come to us and said, this is what we're worried about, because they didn't come to our community meeting. This morning from Title I Hope, I got the figure that we currently today have 13,790 students identified as homeless in Clark County schools, and it's due to go up probably in the next week because that's when school closes. Now that's going to show you a drop from last year. But what we don't know is that the McKinney-Vento Act changed in 2015, and this is the first school year where they didn't count children that are waiting for foster homes as homeless. So here we go again, marginalizing children, not seeing children, so that our numbers can look good in our community. Lastly, it's always been my dream to have like a university for families, and that's what this campus we're proposing is. It's not a shelter. We're going to have classes there, computer rooms, a children's library, a place for businesses to volunteer. And if businesses could have solved homelessness, they would have done it 30 years ago when the McKinney-Vento Act was first passed. So, Honorable Councilman and Mayor, I urge you, if you came in here today thinking, well, you should vote no, please vote yes. Because if you vote no, you're shutting the door to hundreds of children in Ward 5 that need us to help their parents get into homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Would you like to come up since you were already up before, ma'am?
I'd like to speak too.
Oh,
my name is
please.
Ann Johnson with Sparklight Studios. I am the architect for this project, but I'd also like to share a personal story. And I'm emotional about this because I am moved by these families. As a member of my congregation, I've actually cooked meals. You know, we're doing big tray meals for the families that come in and overnight. And so many of these families, if they were involved with any other organization, they would be split. The parents would be split from their children. And I'm a mother myself of a 10-year-old. And the thought of being homeless, having that trauma, and then further being separated from your child is terrible. And this organization brings and keeps families together so that they can get a new start. And as a design professional, I'm going to talk a little bit too about the planning. This is a commercially zoned location. It is not zoned to be a rooftop. It is zoned for a commercial use. It's very complementary to the civic location that's adjacent to it, and staff recognized that and did make a recommendation for approval. Secondly, I want to point out that because of the location in this zip code, it's actually being able to support maintaining families within their home zip code, within their home schools, within their home zip code, so that they can, again, get that foothold and have their permanent housing situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name's Lisa Jones. I have been a board member on Family Promise of Las Vegas for 10 years and currently serve as the vice president. And I don't want to be repetitive, but I've been so passionate about what's being accomplished with this organization that I would like to take a few minutes to just address two issues that I really feel are pertinent to the discussion here today. First, fear, specifically fear of the unknown. Family Promise has its mission starting with helping homeless families, and I believe the word homeless immediately raises the flag of fear. And it's important to acknowledge that that exists, and I believe it exists here today. People drive the homeless corridor, they get a shocking visual, and I have to agree, no one should have in their neighborhood lines of unkept people, shopping carts, tents, knee-deep trash. That should not be the hallmark of our neighborhoods. But Family Promise is nothing like that. People have been our neighbors for years and never even known that we were there. For 10 years on the board, we've never had a complaint from a neighbor. If you were on the board in 2006, you will recall people in the ward opposing a Family Promise variance request, even though an opposition leader told reporters he had no objection to Family Promise activities. He was afraid of what might occur in the future. Many people in opposition today have never had the chance to step into our day center. They've never met their neighbors, your constituents, to know how they came to be displaced and how Family Promise is transforming their lives. 65% of your constituents, of our families, have come from the ward that we wish to build in. Constituents, however, have come from every ward in the course of our inception since 1996. If you've not had time to see our program for yourself, but you are here to oppose it, I would really ask people to take a moment to consider if the opposition is based on that fear of the unknown. Second, it is important to recognize the effort that got us here today. The project's been in the works for over 5 years. Through the compassion and generosity of individuals, businesses, faith congregations, we've received donations that have allowed us to purchase the land, pay for environmental assessment, pay for the surveyor, pay our architect to develop a plan for a day center specific to that property and to the neighborhood. I believe it is a testament to the success and the value Family Promise brings to the community that we can come before you today with a proposal to build a $2.5 million project on the corner of Miller and Martin Luther King. And with that, almost $250,000 have already been invested with private donations for that specific location. While we struggle within our city to find ways to combat homelessness, Family Promise continues to provide a solution. So today, we ask for your approval so Family Promise can have a stable home where we can grow our impact. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak on this, please come forward, state your name. Never saw you before.
My name is Bonnie Polly, and I am a deacon in the Episcopal Church on staff at Christ Church Episcopal, which is downtown inner city Las Vegas, zip code 89104. And everyone that has, I don't really need to say too much other than one thing that I don't believe I've heard yet is we are a host site, one of 17 host sites throughout the faith community, Muslims, Jewish, Christian, Unitarians, Mormons, whoever, just a lot of us are involved in this program. And it is just amazing to see the congregation get involved in the lives of the people, of the families that come and are with us a week at a time, 2 or 3 or 4 times a year. Please, please, I beg, please consider to approve this wonderful program. I've been involved in this community for about 50 years now, and I don't think I can say that there is a better program than Family Promise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Reverend Rick O'Brien. I'm the rector of Epiphany Episcopal Church. We, too, are a host site for Family Promise, and I want to just reiterate that this is an amazing program. I've been involved with Family Promise here in Las Vegas for 8 years now, but I go back 25 years on the East Coast. This is a national program, and we're talking about the local affiliate because that's where the work gets done, right where people have the need, which is why we want to be in the location that we want to be in. But the thing you need to remember is the home site may be in this zip code, but the congregations that service this range from Centennial Hills to Boulder City to Summerlin and through all environments. I want to commend this council because in this morning's session, you voted to give a block grant to Family Promise in support of the work that they do. I ask you to show that same support in this particular instance. I thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman and Council. I am Marilyn Provost. I have worked with nonprofits for almost 15 years here in Southern Nevada. And Family Promise has a very unique program as they're one of the few that helps single parents and their children. I have seen the work they're doing. I commend it, and with a 70% success rate, all of our families benefit. If they want to get help, they get the help. They grow. They become self-sufficient again. And I know we have said the word fear so many times today in many of the unknown, but stop and think. Fear just means false evidence appearing real. And this program has so many benefits that I would like to have you say yes for this program.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I will close public comment. Anything to be adding there, Mr. Summerfield?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate the time. First, let me start with the fact that I've heard nothing but good things about Family Promise, and today's agenda items has nothing to do with the quality of the work that they do and the work that they've done, and I'm sure the work that they'll continue to do throughout the community. I've met with Mr. Thornton, Ms. Linderman, members of their board, and we still stand convicted on the fact that Ward 5 has been, for decades, for lack of a better term, the dumping ground for all of our social services, just about for the city of Las Vegas. If you look at the Shade Tree, which is there, which if you look at the Rescue Mission, the Catholic Charities, the Courtyard now, Salvation Army, we in our ward, and I'm a lifelong resident of that ward, have been the recipients of most of the social services in the ward. Ward 5 houses half of the homeless population throughout the city. Since I've been on the board, we have dedicated a tremendous amount of our time, our Ward 5 time, dealing with homelessness, going around the country, looking at best practices and what's working and what's not working. And I think that we've got a very good understanding now of where our homeless situation is and where we need to go, and trying to work with our peers throughout the region in order to create a blueprint for the ending of homelessness. One of the things is certain that I have learned throughout my journeys in the past year is that putting all the social services in one distinct area is unsustainable. It's not fair to the community, to continue to do that. And if you look at Los Angeles and their Skid Row area, which is 0.6 square miles of downtown Los Angeles, they house 5,000 homelessness in that area. There are a number of SROs in that area that are overridden with alcohol, drug infestation, prostitution, with mental illness. It's just that's, and those are facts. We cannot continue to put all the social service in the city within the ward. San Francisco has something called navigational centers, which are spread out throughout the area, which allows homeless persons to go to these areas which are more conveniently located for them. The theory that we need to put more social services into the ward because of the fact that this is where the people are residing, the homeless population resides. Well, I take a different approach to that. The reason that the majority of the homeless people are located within our ward is because the services are in our ward. If I didn't have a place to eat and you told me I had to be on the corner of Maryland Parkway and Maryland Parkway and Sahara to go eat, I guarantee you would have a larger homeless population on the corner of Sahara and Maryland Parkway than you would on the corner of Main Street and Las Vegas Boulevard. We just can't continue to do it. And I have been working with Family Promise. I respect what they do. I will continue to work with them to try to find an alternative solution, an alternative location to house their facility. I do believe in the work, and we are working diligently alongside with you, as you saw today, to do our best to end homelessness. We just can't continue to put in more social services in the ward. We have taken a very hard stance, and we believe that there are other places and needs throughout the entire community to deal with our homelessness. It's not just in Ward 5. And with that, respectfully, I have said that I was going to not support this project. I do not support, I do support the mission, and I will work with you side by side diligently to try to find an alternative location, but this cannot go inside Ward 5. It's just that simple. We have housed enough, and the time has to, at some point, and it's unfortunate it has to happen now, but the time has to come where we cannot shoulder the burden for more and more homelessness and social services. It's not fair to the citizens of the ward. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. You know, yes, if I may, just for one moment, Councilwoman, I'm awed by what you do. And as I was listening to the students who I applaud, and knowing the historic West Side very well, spent a lot of time there, working there as well, sensitivity to what you have been doing and how Family Promise has affected positively so many. But listening to Councilman Creer, I think there is merit there. We can help find an important and good location for your next facility. I think the building you have planned looks wonderful. It's very attractive. Knowing the reputation of what you do and how you do it, I don't think there is need for fear. But looking at what we're dealing with in core areas, and especially the centering of the city's homeless or challenged efforts, I hear Councilman Creer very loudly. And I will lend my help to whatever I can do to help you find that significant location that you need, but respecting what he has said and having a feeling for that, more social services in a concentrated area as a more permanent piece, because you're investing a whole lot in this. I'm going to respect his wishes, but I want to make sure that I offer you immediately to work with Councilman Creer to find a similar quality location for you where you can continue the meaningful and fine work that you have for the population with whom you deal. And just applaud you I love these young people that have come before us. I love your good manners and your respect for this body. I love that you love what you're doing, and you all are going to have bright futures, because that's the hope of what they do, is to give young people opportunity in life, to have a life of integrity and merit and worth. And so in time, I just hope as you leaned and heard from this today, it wasn't a matter of anything other than your understanding what their efforts are for, and that each of you will make a promise to lend a hand to those less fortunate, and wherever you can, give a hand up to others. And so I make my commitment to you, and we will work with our economic development in the city to find that location, and sooner is better, because you're ready to roll. You have a population of need right now, and you're not servicing enough. And so hopefully we can even find more than others. So I'm turning it to Councilwoman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for those great words, because when our mayor says that she's with you and will help you, her staff has heard that loud and clear, and they're ready. And as the councilwoman for Ward 6 in the Northwest, and as learning about you guys and listening to you, I wholeheartedly welcome you to the Northwest and Ward 6. And we have a lot of dirt out there for a lot of great things that you do. And with our mayor, talking about our economic development, I bet we can find you some land for you and what you do. And then just kind of glancing around here, I see Bob Gronauer in the back with something in his mouth that looks like a cigarette, but it's not. And I see Doug Rankin here. Bob, would you raise your hand? Bob, Doug, would you raise your hand? So these two guys are brilliant, coming in front of council to help you get through what has to happen for the council members to understand and help you. So again, because it is Councilman Creer's ward, whichever way he goes, I'll respect that. But I just want you to know that Ward 6 is open for your business. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Or you can open up Ward 1 too, because we have a lot of
Yes, I'm going to open up
space.
Ward 1.
Good.
You'd be welcome in Ward 1 also, which is closer to the downtown area than Ward 6 is, but
She's northwest, but it's fine. You're central with public transportation, a lot of available land, medical district, and great plans for continued expansion of public transportation ease. So Ward 1, you've been offered, and Ward 6 as
absolutely,
well.
the transportation is great, Mayor. And in addition to that, we have, in Charleston, some places that are for sale, and people have bought them and
reasonable,
modernized. Yes. So I am familiar with your work, and I've known people who have been involved with your work. And I just would tell you that you're welcome in Ward 1. If we could help you and whoever takes away place on the board, I'm sure that they would help you also.
So Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian's ward, please make an appointment there, as well as Councilwoman Fiore's ward, make an appointment there as you go back and consider Ward 5 and other areas as well, because I do feel that Councilman Creer is going to deny on number 74, 75, 76, and 77. But where one door closes, another opens, I guarantee you. So, Councilman Creer, let's go on 74.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 74, and one, I want to just thank my peers for being so gracious in opening up your wards to find a suitable facility for this. And we've already started conversations with the team, with Kathy Thomas Gibson and others regarding this as well. So we will find a spot. Item number 74, I move for denial.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 74. Please vote and please post. I'm voting and voting and voting. I'm voting. I finally voted. That motion carries. Agenda item 75.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 75, I move for denial.
Please vote on agenda item 75, and please post. Motion carries. 76.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 76, I move for approval.
Thank you. This motion to deny on number 76.
Excuse me, I move for denial.
It's
Thank
all
you.
right. I'll keep you on. Please vote and please post.
And get the special use permit for no
Councilwoman.
entitlements.
She didn't go through? Yes.
I voted. I have a little arrow that says I voted.
Thank you to Mr. Rink and to Mr. Gronauer for volunteering your services also.
Mayor, I just wanted to say that even though this is a denial, I can't say that again.
Your mic's not on.
I'm sorry. My voice is shattered. I just wanted to say that it doesn't sound good saying denial, 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 but it's really not a denial from where we feel and the respect we feel for your group, and we will work hard to help you. So I hope you don't leave here feeling dejected denial. But he had the reasons for his neighborhood. We respected that, but we'll welcome you.
Did Councilwoman give you her vote? She's on the record, okay?
Yes.
And please post on this. Oh, too late, but you had everyone. And on 77,
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 77, I move for denial.
there's a motion on agenda item 77. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Not only do we have that offer in Ward 1, but I'm excited about it. I was thinking of all these muni courts, specialty courts that we have, giving people another chance. And every single one of them that has had a physical presence in Ward 1, it's just been a positive. So I'm very excited as you go back and talk with Councilman Creer, and there may be something else in Ward 5. Please, at the time that you meet with Mayor Pro Tem and her staff, please make sure that I'm invited to come along, because I'm just, aside from living in Ward 1 and just seeing the opportunity, it's great. So thank you all, and while it's a loss today, it's a gain. You'll be fine. Thank you. And keep the architectural design. Where'd our architect go? Gave up. Okay, thank you. We'll move on now to agenda items. What did I miss here?
77?
Okay, 78 and 79. 78, GPA 75784, on a request for a general plan amendment from MLA medium low attached density residential to ML medium low density residential. 79, ZON 75786, on a request for rezoning from R1 single family residential to RCL single family compact lot. The applicant is Aspect Homes. The owner is Charleston Lamb LLC on 3.62 acres northwest corner of Wales Green Lane and Corwood Green Lane. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval on both items. These are in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin. Public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative with a cigarette in front of us? What were you smoking back there?
I get nervous, so I usually chew on my pens. That's a nervous habit I've been doing for 20-plus years for hearings.
As long as you don't suck, because sometimes the ends come off and then your mouth will be full of ink and you will die.
Once or twice in 20 years it has happened.
Okay.
So, Madam Mayor.
There you go, the inside of Bob Gronauer, what he does during the
Yeah.
5-6 hours sitting around and hearing.
You got
talks.
advice from Madam Mayor not to suck.
Okay, go.
Wow. Okay. Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing the applicant Aspect Homes. This is a great application here in this area. As you can see, if you take a look on the overhead, this is a true infill piece of property. In this area, you have townhomes that are already built within the property itself. It has never been built out. We are coming in with my client to build single-family detached homes. So that's why we're actually lowering the land use plan from medium-low attached down to medium-low, and we're coming in with a RCL product for single-family detached in this area. We had a neighborhood meeting. We had a couple neighbors that did show up. We explained to them we're working closely with the HOA because we're going to work with the HOA here and give a financial contribution to help spruce up some things within the HOA itself. So we're excited all around here in working with the HOA, the neighbors, and I think this is a great infill property to actually come in and do development. So that being said, your staff is recommending approval of both applications, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, well, first we're going to find out if you're speaking the truth. We're going to go to Mr. Summerfield.
He is. I want to say it this time, but he is. The proposed.
And I do love this guy too, so that's good.
So the proposed general plan land use designation and the associated zoning district are compatible with those in the surrounding area, and staff has recommended approval of these applications. Thank you.
Thank you. It is public hearing. Does anybody wish to speak on these items 78, 79? You're safe. Nobody's coming. You're safe.
Making sure.
Okay, at this point, any comments from council? Nope, not at this point. Okay, Councilman Coffin, you're on.
I move to follow staff and planning commission recommendation.
Okay, on 78 first?
Yes, ma'am, 78.
Okay, on agenda item 78, motion to approve. Please vote and please post.
Sometimes the spaces are...
And that motion carries, and we'll move on to agenda item 79. Yes.
He didn't vote.
No, it's Councilman Anthony who stepped out. And I think she did vote.
I did vote.
She did vote, and we're cool. So agenda item 79, please, did you vote to approve and follow recommendation?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, there's a motion on agenda item 79.
Same motion as before, follow planning and staff.
Okay. Thank you. Please vote and please post. And he can vote. You want to back up and vote the other one too, 78 and 79?
Yeah, you can put me down, yes, for everything.
Okay. So motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much, and have a great day.
You too. Okay, we're on now to agenda items 80, 81, and 82. And GPA 75827, a request for general plan amendment from O Office and SC Service Commercial to GC General Commercial. 81 ZON 75828, a request for rezoning from PR Professional Office and Parking to C2 General Commercial. Agenda item 82 SDR 74835, and a request for a major amendment to previously approved plot plan review Z0071-80 and Z-71-86 for proposed 5,906 square foot addition to an existing 28,969 square foot motor vehicle sales new dealership, C2 General Commercial, PR Professional Office and Parking Zones, proposed C2 General Commercial. The applicant owner is Mark's Garage 1 LLC on 2.60 acres at 1700 East Sahara. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on all items. These are in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Public hearing items which I declare open. And is the applicant or representative present?
Do you want me to go first? Or
You go.
Okay. Good afternoon. Lucy Stewart, 1930 Village Center Circle, representing AutoNation. This is the Honda dealership on East Sahara, on the north side between Maryland Parkway and Eastern. And I believe this was built in the 80s, and absolutely nothing has happened since that time. So AutoNation is coming through and has been systematically going through their dealerships and upgrading them and bringing them to a more contemporary look. When this was originally originally built, at the north end of the property, there was a strip that functions as a driveway to the property to the east. It's on this site, but we have a fence against it, and I think it was designed as protection for the neighbors to the north. I think the office strip was designed to protect the neighbors so the dealership wouldn't move and encroach any closer to the neighbors. As this came through, staff did ask us to file for a general plan amendment and just to make it all one zone. So we are asking for the GPA to include this property as C2, rezone the whole property, and we agree that the building will stay where it is. It won't move any further north. It really is a facelift to the property. They've torn down a little bit of the building and added, and just to make it, I think, improve and enhance the property. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. First of all, is anyone from the public wishing to be heard on 80, 81, 82? I will close public hearing. We will now hear from Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, the proposed general plan designation and zoning district will allow for the continued inventory parking on site and will bring the site into conformance with our current codes. The proposed improvements to the buildings and landscaping will be appropriate upgrades to this existing development, and as such, staff is recommending approval of all of these items. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lucky you, Mr. Coffin. Councilman, please.
Thank you. We have taken a good look at this, and this is a traditional auto dealer row, if you will. It's probably the farthest west, and it is very close to or adjacent to the Nevada Power right-of-way, which, of course, is not desirable to live next to, so let's say that this is appropriate. I'm going to move for approval on all of these. First one, item 80, to follow Planning Commission and staff recommendation of approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 80. Please vote and please post.
Okay, do you want me to go ahead and move on this?
Let's wait for Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem.
sorry.
Orally, or are you okay?
I did vote, but you know, it has a YEA. What does that mean?
Yes.
Yes.
Try on the side.
There it goes.
Okay.
And Councilman Creer, are you here? No, he stepped away. Okay, so let's post. Motion carries. Agenda item 81, you said you move for approval on that following staff's recommendation. So there's a motion to approve on 81. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. And on 82, please.
One more thing, just double checking for the record, making sure it's understood. This is new vehicles only, no used vehicles, correct?
I believe so. There might have some resales.
Proposed new vehicles.
Madam Mayor, if I might, so to be clear, a new car dealership has an allowance for used cars. They can't sell exclusively used cars, but they do have, as a part of their inventory, they are permitted to have some used cars as a part of their inventory.
Okay, so when some becomes large.
It's an ancillary activity. It cannot become large.
Gotcha.
We have a
Well,
motion.
okay, we'll
Yes,
find
they have to maintain their new car
82.
dealership franchise, and they're predominantly new cars, but they are permitted to sell used cars as a part of their operation.
Thank you, Robert. Okay, I move for approval of
82.
item 82.
So would that be 50% or less?
Whatever the I.
There's not a number assigned to it, but essentially, yes, their inventory of used cars could not exceed their inventory of new cars that they're selling.
So please make sure the message gets back to them.
And June, just for your information, AutoNation does have a used car lot in Henderson in the big car dealership area. So for the majority, that's where they go.
Thank you very much. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Creer's back. Would you like to throw your vote? Okay, so now we're comprehensive. Great. All right, now we're on to 83, 84, 85, and 86. Also Councilman Coffin. 83, GPA 75846, a request for a general plan amendment from M medium-density residential to PF public facilities. 84, ZON 75847, a request for rezoning from C-1 limited commercial to CV civic. Number 85, VAR 75848, a request for variance to allow deviations from Title 19.10.020 C-V civic development standards, and number 86 SDR 75849, a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 29,927 square foot building addition to an existing 69,315 square foot public school primary development. The applicant owner is School Board of Trustees on 15.64 acres at 491 Northland Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. Planning Commission staff recommend approval on all items. They're in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representatives present?
Present. Madam Mayor, members of the council, good afternoon. My name is Dimitrios Karapanagiotis. I'm with the Clark County School District. In front of you, you have 4 items. The item 85 and 86 is for an addition to the William K. Moore Elementary School. And items 83 and 84 is a cleanup item. Since we are doing the addition, we thought, that we turn, the property from the old C1 zoning into the current one that deserves, the civic zoning. Together with me is Frank Gonzalez. He's the architect of the project. He'll give you a small presentation.
Wonderful. Please, hi, Mr. Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Frank Gonzalez. I'm with Ethos 3 Architecture, 8985 Southeastern Avenue, Suite 220. What we're basically doing for this project is we're adding a 14 classroom addition to the existing building, and we're placing it on the southwest corner of the property. On the overhead, you can see what the school will look like. This is a rendering of another school that we have done in the past, but it's very similar to this prototype.
Did you do the one at Vegas Verdes?
No, I did not.
Does this building have an elevator in it?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so all the handicap compliance is all in there. And how many classrooms does this building have?
It's 14 classrooms. It has 6 classrooms on the first level for kindergarten, and then the other ones are basically special ed and flexible classrooms, which are like computer labs and things like that on the second floor.
And how about the existing building? Is that being demolished or
No, this is an addition to that building.
And how many classrooms are in there?
I believe there's about 54 classrooms.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that is a pretty sizable elementary school.
Correct.
And any physical play area? I see an outdoor area here, but no gymnasium indoor that you're constructing?
No, what we're doing is we're replacing the existing equipment, which is right here, and we're putting another equipment area right here, and we're also replacing that equipment that's right up here. And this is the existing building. These 2 areas will be replaced, and then we're adding another one here.
Wow, beautiful. Okay, Mr. Summerfield, there can't be an objection to this. Mr. Lowenstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein, Deputy Planning Director for the record. The proposed general plan, land use designation, and zoning district are best suited for the current use and is compatible with the surrounding residential uses. The proposed redevelopment of the site is compatible and harmonious with the existing surrounding residential neighborhood, and therefore staff is recommending approval.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard on these items? We'll close public hearing and turn it over. Lucky you, Councilman Coffin.
I am lucky. Thank you very much. Ward 3 is lucky because this is another good use of land next to a wash. It's important we use every single square inch of land that we can. And odd-shaped lots are welcome because we know how to put things there. And thank you for the school district. Excuse me. So I now move for, by the way, we had a unanimous vote at Planning Commission of 7-0 on all 4 items. I'm going to move now for approval to follow Planning Commission item recommendation on number 83.
Okay, there's a motion to approve 83. Please vote and please post.
And Mayor, if I just might say that I'm going to vote approval, as the councilman has said he wanted, but I do want to go on the record and say that I feel these schools are too large, and I feel the studies today are showing that large schools are one of the greatest contributors to the problems we have with students and getting along together. That's all I want to say. On the record, the schools.
I will say, Your Honor, in response, as long as we're still on the motion. Okay, we've already passed. All right,
Okay,
now-
that motion carried. 84,
Your Honor, I move for approval of item 84 following Planning Commission. And also, as a comment on this motion, it's a second story, two-story, which is new. We are following this throughout Ward 3. It's very popular, and it allows more space for the turf, for the kids to play. We look at several examples, and we're trying to do that. We appreciate what the school district is doing, because it was a long-standing prejudice against extra story. Now we find out that was absolutely not well-placed. Thank you. So that is now, well, Your Honor, I voted.
okay, Councilman Creer and Councilman Anthony, we need your votes, please. Okay,
They're
motion
voting.
carries.
Could I just ask, this isn't the way the Wasden School is going to be built, is it?
Yes, two-story.
Yes.
No, I know the two-story,
The new
but-
one is, it's a two-story.
So you're telling me that what we're seeing here as a school is the same plan architecturally for Wasden, the big block there? Is
Very
this
much like Vegas Verde on Oki?
No, I don't think so. Vegas Verde is a little different, I think, but maybe not.
No, the other schools that I have been involved in, which is that's the same prototype that I'm showing you, is Dondero, Harvey Dondero, also Robert Lake, let's see, Hallie Hewitson, CP Squires, they're all the same layout.
Okay, and just as a comment to my councilman friend over there, I was just quoting what the research is. I'd be glad to show you. I always thought that better achievement and better behavior would come with fewer students per teacher, a teacher having 15 or 20 rather than 36. And the research now is showing that the biggest effect is not so much how many children are in the classroom, but how large the school is. Because the smaller schools, they get to know each other and become more united and not as fractured and having disagreements. I'm just quoting the research, that's all. Thank you.
All right, on agenda item 85, there's a motion to approve.
Yes, ma'am, motion to approve 85.
And please vote and please post.
I want to make a clarification on the amount of existing classrooms. I just looked at it as 48.
Councilwoman Fiore? Vote. Didn't come through.
Oh, hang on. Is it better now?
Now, there you go. Motion carries. And Councilman on 86, please.
I move for approval of item 86.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve 86. And please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll look forward to it. When do you start construction?
In August.
Perfect.
Thank
Good luck.
you.
Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 87, 88, and 89. 87, GPA 74312, a request for a general plan amendment from SC Service Commercial to H High Density Residential. 88, ZON 74313, request for rezoning from C1 Limited Commercial to R4 High Density Residential. Number 89, SDR 75858, a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 144-unit senior citizen apartments development, C1 limited commercial zone, proposed R4 high-density residential. Applicant is Centura Development. The owner is Charlie Rara Irrevocable Business Trust et al. On 4.62 acres southeast corner of Charleston, Lindell. Planning Commission recommends approval on all items. Staff recommends denial on all items. Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian of Public Hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant representative present?
Indeed. Lucy Stewart, 1930 Village Center Circle, representing the applicant. And when this this application was originally submitted last fall. It was submitted as a request for R3 and for a family complex. When they had the neighborhood meeting, the neighbors expressed a very strong concern about the overcrowding in the schools and also the traffic in the area. And part of that's because Lindell has not been built on this side of the road. So that actually will be accomplished with this project. But because of the concerns of the neighbors, the neighborhood, it was suggested that this project be changed to a senior housing project. And so it's now been submitted as an age-restricted project, as a result of many changes to the plans, the neighbors, I don't know if we can see on the overhead, there were 2 required neighborhood meetings and also one that wasn't required, and then the applicant went around to the neighborhood, and so on this side shows this is the site and pretty much red everywhere to the in the residential area. After the neighborhood meetings, converted almost everybody to green, and in addition, the houses immediately south of the site are now in favor of the project. Also, in the audience is Mr. Lavery, and he was representing 4 of the businesses in the area, and so we now also have the businesses adjacent to the site in support of this request. Many of the changes that occurred were a result of the neighborhood meetings and going out into the neighborhood. The landscaping was increased along the southern boundary and made more intense. And these buildings, the 2 southern buildings, they removed the windows, so there's no windows, nobody overlooking the houses. They also changed the mix. It used to be 50-50 of 1 bedroom versus 2 bedrooms, and they've increased the number of 1 bedrooms, so they were able to shrink these buildings and move them a little bit further north. Also, one of the concerns the neighbors had was parking. I think their concern would be once Lindell got built and helped relieve the traffic in the area, people would park on the street. So as a result of that, this is a gated community, and we've increased the parking way above where 108 spaces are required by code, and we have 145 provided. So there's ample parking. There shouldn't be any kind of issue. The intent of the is for the architecture to be Santa Barbara mission style. There will be an entry feature at the intersection of Lindell, and I think that'll make it so as people drive down Charleston and come to Lindell, they're going to have a sense of arrival, and it's going to be landscaping and a monument sign. Also, the site will be, the half street will be built. There will be a full-time activity coordinator on the site for the residents and a shuttle to take people to the store and to run errands. We also understand, though, that staff has a concern, legitimate concern, that if it were designated senior apartments or age-restricted, and if we're not to be built, then it could convert to market. And in order to assuage, I think, some of the neighbors too, they've agreed to deed restrict the property for age-restricted also. So originally, there were 2 buildings by the pool. We combined them and made them into 1. We also provided the RTC turnout. The one thing we couldn't accomplish that the neighbors did ask, they wanted us to have a driveway and have access out onto Charleston, but RTC and the traffic department won't allow us to. So we have put it here. We are building the roadway, and we do have gated, and we have widened the drive aisle per staff's request. So we've reviewed the plans, I think, with staff. I think they've had a chance to go over them. I'm submitting a set here for the clerk's office for the record and for staff. And I think I've addressed about all the changes that have occurred, so.
1 or 2 story?
That's actually 3.
3-story elevator then?
And we do meet the setback. Right? Well, we would have to, there's elevators, right? Yes.
Elevators,
Yes.
every building.
Well, yes, we have to have elevators.
Yeah.
For seniors.
Okay. I would think, but one never knows. Okay, Mr. Lowenstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Staff does not support the requested general plan amendment and rezoning as the proposed density is not compatible with the surrounding development in the area, and as such, staff therefore cannot support the proposed development and recommends denial of all the applications. Staff has received and reviewed the revised plans and doesn't find any further conflicts with those plans. So if approved, staff would like to amend condition number 3 of the site development review to read as follows. All development shall be in conformance with the site plan, landscape plan, and building elevations, date stamped 5/15/19, except as amended by condition herein. Thank you.
To which you agree?
We agree.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on these 3 items? I'll close public hearing, turn it over to Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Rodman, who came to me first about this project, has done an extremely good job in going out to the neighbors. The first meeting, one person showed up and they didn't want anything, and they thought that the back of the building would be too close and overlook the pool. The second meeting we had was full of animosity, and that's when I suggested to him, because people were worried about the apartments, there would be more traffic, more children in the school, would it be like rentals that the children sort of go around at times and cause problems? So I suggested the senior housing because we need it so desperately. And his plan here that he has done is a good plan for senior housing. It's much better than many that we have right now. And I don't know how he did it. He went out and he talked to all of the people that were there. I think I have here 29, 30 people in the area that had come to the meetings and who had voiced a concern or a question, and he got them all approved. I called 2 or 3 of them just to make sure that the information was accurate, and I found that it was accurate. And maybe someday he'll tell me how he did that so I can convince a lot of people to do things. But I would like to move to accept this item.
87.
I know it's 87, yes, but I can't remember that big, long sentence you said you wanted in there, so could you say it again?
She already agreed.
Through you, Madam Mayor,
Doesn't it have to be in the motion?
that would be on item 89 when we get to that motion. I
okay,
can
then.
reread it at that time.
All right, so on item 87, I move for approval.
Thank you. This motion to approve on agenda item 87. Please vote, please post. Motion carries. On 88.
Move to approve on item 88.
Okay, this motion to approve 88. Please vote, please post.
And planning, where do I put that sentence you added?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that would be on item 89, amended condition.
Wait 1 second, please. Councilman Creer and Councilwoman Fiore, if you're here. Yep, all right, motion carries. Let's move on now to 89. What is it? 89 with your...
With amended condition number 3, which would read, all development shall be in conformance with the site plan, landscape plan, and building elevations, date stamped 5/15/19, except as amended by condition herein.
To which you already agreed?
Yes.
Okay. So please vote
So
on agenda
I
item
move to
89.
accept item number 89 with all conditions,
So please post only...
As amended.
as amended.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And agenda item 90 is obeyed to the 21st of August or July? August. Okay.
May I make a comment, Your Honor?
Yes,
If I may,
please.
just a short comment on item number 90. Those who might be watching or here perhaps, that change, which is going to be very important for folks to watch, is a shift on the narrow corridor down Fremont, all the way down to 5 Points. I point this out because it is form-based code. Form-based means, in a sense, if it looks like it ought to be there or it looks like it could fit, it will get in. And I think that's very important to help speed up developer proposals. And so therefore, it's worth making sure you pay attention to the August 21 date. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll move on now to agenda items 91, 92, 93, and these are in Ward 6. 91 ZON 75886, a request for rezoning from RE Residence Estate to R1 Single Family Residential. Number 92 VAR 75956, a request for variance to allow 1.09 connectivity ratio or 130 is required. And number 93 TMP 75888, a request for a tentative map for a proposed 199 lot single family residential subdivision with waivers to allow non-standard public street improvements, including no curb, gutter, or sidewalk, no exterior street lights for Leon Avenue where such are required for post-single-family residential subdivision. The applicant owner is Roman Catholic Bishop Las Vegas on 55.52 acres southeast corner of Elkhorn Road, Jones Boulevard, RE Residence Estate Zone, proposed R1 single-family residential. The Planning Commission recommends approval on all items. Staff recommends approval on 91, denial on numbers 92 and 93. They are in Ward 6 with Councilwoman Fiore. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? We have 3 applicant presents.
Yes, Your Honor, good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the council. Chris Kempfer and Chip Maxfield here on behalf of the Las Vegas Diocese of the Roman Catholic Church, and we have Doug Rankin here on behalf of Ronaldo Taberti and the Maffei interests, and the Maffeys are here in the audience should you have any questions appropriate for their consideration. First of all, it is very important, I think, to note that we have worked very hard with the neighbors and with your staff in coming up with an application that complies completely with your general plan. It addresses, we believe, virtually all of the neighborhood concerns and conditions, which we heard and were raised over 3 neighborhood meetings that we held. All of those neighborhood meetings, by the way, were held prior to the filing of any application. So it was our intention from the beginning, and what made this very pleasurable is we had both the bishop saying, you make sure those neighbors are satisfied, and we had Mr. Taberti and the Maffeys on the other side saying the same thing. Make sure you work with those neighbors. And one of the things that was insisted upon is that there be no general plan amendment with regard to this property. And that is why staff recommends approval, I believe, of the zoning on the property to R1. Now, staff will tell you candidly that they would support the tentative map, but for the issue with regard to Leon Avenue. And if I can show you here, I have this accurate, very professionally drawn map that I prepared myself. All right, so it's not that professional. All right, but what we have here is Leon Avenue right here. And as you can see in this area here, there are some more rural kinds of development as there is across Jones on the west side of Jones. The neighbors on Leon asked that this street, Leon, be developed to rural standards. Now, that doesn't mean there isn't going to be a lot on it. There's going to be an 8-foot high block wall. There's going to be landscaping on both sides of, I believe, a 10 or 12-foot crushed granite path down there, but it's not going to have the look and feel that staff likes with regard to streets. Staff believes and has been consistent that streets should be developed with curb, gutter, sidewalk, full paving, and where appropriate street lights. In this particular case, in fairness to staff, they did not believe that street lights were necessary, and obviously if I'm incorrect in that, they'll correct me, but they did believe that curb, gutter, sidewalk, whatever. But that is not what the neighbors wanted. The neighbors said, look, this area is changing, we understand that, but we would like the areas in front of our home on Leon to remain as rural as possible. So please, if you can, would you develop Leon to rural standards? Now, Before I get to some of the conditions, I want to tell you why I believe, and I think staff believes, that R1 zoning on this property is entirely proper. The site is located here. It's this empty area here. Everything that I have colored in yellow, kind of looks like yellow, maybe a little green, but it's supposed to be yellow, is property that's either zoned R1, which is the same zoning we are asking, or it's RPD3, which is 3.49 units per acre or greater. So all of these areas here have a zoning that's on them that is entirely consistent with the zoning that we are asking here. And when you add to that the fact that we are on two major streets, Jones and Elkhorn, it really points out how appropriate an R1 zoning is for this particular site. The rural designation that we're asking about is 3.59 units per acre, and that is exactly what we are building out to. 199 lots is allowed under the plan, up to 199 lots under the rural designation, and that is exactly what we are building. Now, I want to show you this tentative map because it's important with regard to some of the issues that were raised by the neighbors. Everything in yellow here represents a lot that is 11,000 square feet or greater. There is one, I accidentally colored one that's 10,400 and something, so I made a mistake on one of those in here. But every other lot, especially on the exterior here, are 11,000 square feet and more. And some of the lots are actually 13,000 to 18,000 square feet. So they're extremely large lots on the exterior of the property. When we met with the neighbors, there were numerous conditions that they asked, and we have essentially agreed to virtually all. There were a couple we could not agree to, but here I'd like for anybody who might be listening either in the audience or at home to go over what we agreed to and what is represented on this tentative map. That both the entrance on Elkhorn and the entrance on Jones will be enhanced, both with regard to materials used and landscaping provided. Enhanced landscaping will include 36-inch box trees on the exterior landscaping area. So all of this exterior site will have 36-inch box trees. There will be a decorative block wall provided along all perimeters, with the decorative block wall being 8 feet high along Leon Avenue, with the wall being a varying height from around 7 to 8 feet on Jones. It's going to match the wall that's south of our particular site. And so that wall will be between 7 and 8 feet high. And as I say, will match the wall along Jones to the south of the property. The south wall on our property will be the same height as the wall that exists there now. And it's important to note, and I'll bring this back up if I might, that this RPD3 development is the development that's immediately adjacent to the south of us. And the reason I point that out is that these are the homes here that are in that development to the south. And I'm going to get to one of the conditions why that's important. But again, with regard to the wall, the height of our wall along here will match the existing height of their wall. There will be an HOA. The community will be gated. There will be larger perimeter lots adjacent to Leon, Elkhorn, and Jones, as shown on the tentative map. There will be an equal number of lots on the south side of the property. Now, that's why I was pointing this out. There are 12 lots existing here on the south side. We have designed this so that there are 11 and a half essentially, but you can say 12, but the same number of lots here. So we've not asked to increase the number of lots with regard to the property to the south of us. There will be no homes facing Leon. There will be no access to and from Leon Avenue. Now, there will be single-story homes along the south of the property on lots 29, 30, 31, 34, 37, 38, and 39, as shown on this tentative map. Additionally, along Leon, there will be single-story homes on lots 15, 17, and 22. I do have to tell you, it was interesting during one of the neighborhood meetings because we said to the folks who feels very strongly about having a single-story home next to them, and those that asked were given a single-story home. And the reason I tell you that is because that is the way both the diocese and the Tiberti Maffei interests have wanted to work with regard to the neighbors. If it was important to them, it was important to us. The applicant will request of the City of Las Vegas that Leon be built to rural standards, as shown on the tentative map. On Jones and Elkhorn, a sidewalk will be attached with 6-foot wide enhanced landscaping buffer, as shown again on the tentative map cross sections. And the 12 lots on the south side of the property will be built no higher than is necessary to accommodate required drainage. All of those neighborhood conditions we are asking, and staff has agreed, would be imposed on this tentative map. And it is because of that that we believe the vast majority of neighbors are in support of what we're proposing here. So I think Doug has a couple of questions. He's been working with staff on a condition or two and may want to address that. Thank you.
Yes, I've been working with the council office and Public Works on a condition for sewer. We've worked out an issue, and Mr. Anderson has that. The original condition, which we're kind of doing an either or, was to provide the sewer from here all the way to Donald. We looked at doing an option, so that's one option. The other option is to bring the sewer from here down Dorrell and then down Donald in order to future serve these homes here. And Mr. Anderson has a condition of approval when you get to the site plan or the tentative map that he can add that reflects that is. And I appreciate working with the councilwoman's office and Mr. Anderson and his staff to come up with that solution.
Okay, before I turn it over, question, basically for planning. Out in Ward 6, where so often we are asked, no lights, no curb, no gutters, nothing. What protects the city from having to come up and do that 10 years down the road when the new neighbors and the new owners decide, city, come back in here and do it? Is it the city's obligation at that point, at that cost, to go ahead and put in the curbs, the gutters, the everything else?
Madam Mayor, Bart Anderson, Public Works. The city has recently enacted some new ordinances that require any improvements that are normally required, that are asked to be deferred. The applicant has to contribute monies towards those future constructions in the event that future generations, who move in, want them installed at that time. And one of the conditions on this item before you, condition number 18, actually speaks to that for Leon. Leon, they've asked to not develop to rural standards at this time. And we're fine with that, but they have to contribute monies for the future construction in the event that it is brought up to standards in the future. So we are aware of that problem. We don't want to saddle future taxpayers with costs that should be borne today, and that's why this council has adopted that code, and it's reflected in the conditions today.
And how is that put in at fair market value as assessed by realtor, 3 realtors? How do you determine what that contribution's going to be that's not just an arbitrary, loose contribution, but more specific and more within a well-planned thought process?
The city has experience by requiring developers to bond for the costs of improvements for public improvements, and those bond costs are evaluated every year or so to keep up with inflation. And so the costs that they are required to contribute are based on those bond costs that reflect actual costs for the city to put in those improvements.
And that is part of what is passed on generationally?
Right. I mean, they are required to contribute monies based on current bond costs. Those monies are then put into an account, which is an interest-bearing account that is marked for this development and this street. And in the future, if it needs to be constructed, for small streets like this one, it's a 60-foot street, it's not really a regional significant street. Those monies are intended to supplement a possible special improvement district that might be necessary to improve that road in the future. Special improvement districts don't always capture all of the costs, and these monies are intended to fill that gap. And so, yes, it is expected to keep up with the changing costs of doing construction.
And how about retroactively out in the Northwest? I know, having lived in the Southeast, there was nobody there when we lived there, and no curbs, no gutters, no street lights, and we were on a well. And so those costs retroactively in the area, are those built in there as well?
No. Developments that were approved without any requirement for improvements years ago, when the residents who might come in at this time say, we'd like to have those improvements installed, we can offer special improvement districts that will capture much of those costs, but generally not all of them. And so on a case-by-case basis, we might have to investigate other methods of coming up with those costs, or the redevelopment of those areas. Whoever is proposing the redevelopment might be required to supplement those
Well,
costs.
I'd highly recommend that staff look at that, because the form-based code, as communities change, density changes, living requests change, that we're prepared for the future in an area that's going to continue to grow up in the Northwest or wherever we have that open possibility, that we look to our future costs, where at this point it's rural, it's ranchette, it's, keep it as it is, pristine and natural, that in time as the area grows. So I would just ask that to go under consideration, looking from planning to the future. Okay, do you want to make any other comments? Please go ahead.
Well, I suppose I could give you the text of condition number 17 on item number 101 for when I'm sorry, not 101, 93, the tentative map.
Well, let's wait till we get to 93, and let's start with 91, but this is public hearing. Is there anybody who wishes to be heard on 91, 92, 93? Okay, I'll close public hearing. I'll defer back to you, Mr. Lowenstein, and then part two.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The proposed rezoning would allow a minimum lot size of 6,500 square feet while limiting the density to 3.59 dwelling units per acre due to the underlying rural density residential general plan designation. Staff finds that this allowed lot size and density to comparable to the other development in the local area and supports the rezoning request. However, staff finds no evidence to support the associated variance and the waiver requests. Any associated hardships could be eliminated by redesign of the site and installation of the off-site improvements. Staff therefore recommends approval of the rezoning but denial of the variance and tentative map. If approved, Public Works would like to amend condition number 17 of the tentative map. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, the condition that we will recommend for condition number 17 be revised, and this again is for item number 93, TNP
Okay, so
75888.
let me turn it then to Councilwoman Fiore, and she'll handle 91, 92. When we get to 93, you can read it into the record. Councilwoman, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as the gentleman has stated, they've worked diligently, and that's why there's no one here opposing, and I'm really proud of what you've done, you guys, together. on both sides. So I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 91.
Thank you. There is a motion to approve Agenda 91. Please vote and please post. Councilman Coffin?
I'm waiting for the...
It's very sensitive today.
Can we increase the sensitivity on these so that they... I still don't see the circles in mine. It says waiting. Vote me aye.
Okay, thank you. The motion carries. Let's move on to 92, please.
Thank you. I move for approval on item number 92.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 92.
There it is.
Please vote and please post.
Got to talk to it nicely, Bob.
I did, I tried.
And that motion carries. And now, on 93, the condition, please.
Madam Mayor, through you, we recommend that condition number 17 be amended to read as follows. The developer shall construct a public sewer in Leon Avenue north to Donald Road, or alternatively, extend the existing public sewer lines in Donald Road to approximately 300 feet west of Jeanette Street and in Dorrell Lane to approximately 490 feet west of Jeanette Street at a size and location acceptable to the sanitary sewer section of the Department of Public Works.
To which you agree?
Yes,
On behalf-
we do agree with that. Your Honor, there's something else. Mr. Strickland was here, and he had to leave. He had an emergency that he had to go to. He was one of the neighbors to the south. He asked that two things. One, that we read all of the conditions in the record, which I just did. And there was one thing that wasn't mentioned. He has the wall right next to where our wall is going, and we told him how you now put a foam in between the two walls so that you're not creating a situation where animals can get stuck in there or whatever. So there will, we indicate, that is fine, we've accepted that we'll put that foam barrier to prevent anything from getting between those two walls.
Okay, very nice.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
With that, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 93.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on 93. Please vote and please post. As amended.
As amended, as amended.
And with the foam between those two walls.
Thank you very much. And special thanks to Councilwoman Fiore for working with the neighbors and with us and coming up with a project that, as you can see, most everybody likes. So thank you.
Yes, thank you all.
Great, thank you. We'll move on to agenda items 94 through 98. 94 VAR 75819, a request for variance to allow residential buildings to have a height of 3 stories where 2 stories is the maximum allowed on a lot of a 2-lot proposed residential subdivision. Number 95 VAR 75820, and a request for variance to allow residential buildings to have a height of 3 stories where 2 stories maximum allowed on Lot 2 of a 2-lot proposed residential subdivision. Number 96 VAR 75821, a request for a variance to allow 47-foot wide access control gate where 50 feet is required, to allow sidewalks on one side where sidewalks on both sides are required, and to allow a connectivity ratio of 1.00 where 1.30 is required. 2.14 acres north side of Bonanza Road, approximately 1,550 feet east of Decatur Boulevard. Number 97 SDR 75822, a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 18-unit residential subdivision. Number 98 TMP 75823, and a request for a tentative map for a 3-lot residential subdivision. Applicant owner is SKUSA LLC on 2.14 acres north side of Bonanza Road, approximately 1,550 feet east of Decatur Boulevard, R2 medium-low density residential zone. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial on all items. These are in Ward 5. Councilman Creer. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes.
Hello.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. My name is John Hamilton, civil engineer for the project, along with the applicant.
My name is Jobo Meisberger, representing SK USA.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to bring just a brief history. We originally came from a general plan amendment and rezoning back in September 6, 2017. There was overwhelming support by the community, and it was approved by council. Come April 9th, 2019, we were dismayed to find that there was a little bit of opposition with our architectural plans. And what it was the issue of presenting a 3-story structure of limiting 35 feet, which we thought would have been fine because, I don't know if your overhead can show this cul-de-sac area. We had originally proposed for these units around the bulb of the cul-de-sac to be 3 stories of 35 feet, where the code allows 2 stories, 35 feet. So we felt that we would use the first level for 2-car garage, and then we would have 2 stories above for living quarters. And that was our idea when we presented, and there was opposition. Well, we listened. We don't want any opposition to the project development, so we have eliminated, as of May 7th, we submitted to planning staff that we are only providing 2-story units for the entire development, and the height is no longer 35, which was allowed by the code for height, but not the stories. And our maximum height now is 26 feet. So we have not only ensured that we complied with code, but we only have, and we are less than the 35. So that being said, that would essentially negate or make no longer required items 94 and 95, since we are complying with code. What remains is item 96, and 96 is regarding the gate entry. What we have is we have a unique lot configuration, and the entry to the parcel is only 47.5 feet wide. That is all that is available. Gate requires 50 feet, and what we've done is that we have a concern, our own concern regarding aesthetics of the community. So what we wanted to do is that we have sidewalk on both sides of the street for the portion of the actual cul-de-sac bulb. Then what we have is that we have sidewalk on one side and landscape on the other, and we just alternate it. And the reason being is because we want to have gates, we want to have landscape, have an aesthetic community, so that way the residents who live there, it's nice. The gates we want because we're next to a church and we have a school, Western High, across on the south side of Bonanza. As I recollect, there was no opposition to the installation of the gates except from that of Public Works for non-conforming street section, and then just to coordinate with the sewer division. And the sewer division's only contention was to ensure that there is a 10-foot separation between what they call site objects, which in this case would be the gate itself. That was their only issue of contention per phone conversation with the sewer division. Other than that, we believe we have complied with the intent of the code, and we certainly listened to the neighbors in the community and eliminated the opposition to this project, and the only thing that remains is what we have here for items. So.
First, I'd like to, and I don't know whether I turn to the clerk or legal opinion. From what I understand, you're saying 94 and 95 now are removed because they're 3-story, and all that's left here for council is 96, 97, and 98.
Madam Mayor, I plan to address that as a part of my presentation.
Oh, okay, so we'll forget that. All right, so anything else you'd like to add before I get there?
No, yeah, there is. So what we did was that what we did by eliminating, as I mentioned at the beginning, our intent of the 3-story was to have a 2-car garage and then the 2 stories for living quarters. To make it 2-story, what we did was that we went from a 2-car garage to a 1-car garage. And that's how we had to make the product work. And so that's what we did, for just these units around the bulb. And now that we comply with the intent of the code, now we're looking to have, that would negate items number 94 and 95 as stated. And then what we're looking for is approval of 96, And to the best of my recollection, there's been no opposition in 96. And then in turn, since 97 and 98 is conditioned upon 96, then I would respectfully ask approval of 96, 97, 98.
Okay, so point of clarification, rather than go to the public hearing, we will get clarified by our planning department, please.
Madam Mayor, as the applicant has mentioned, last week they did submit revised plans to the Planning Department that do eliminate the need for the first two variances, VAR 75819 and VAR 75820, which were sought to have three-story building heights. As such, staff is recommending that as a part of these items that those be stricken from the agenda. In regards to the project, staff finds that although the subject site is a flag-shaped lot and the subject site provides an adequate building area which would allow compliance with Title 19 standards. As such, staff notes that the subject site does not provide a significant hardship to warrant the approval of the remaining requested variance, as the development could be redesigned to provide further compliance with Title 19. As the proposed development is inconsistent with the Title 19 standards, specifically Title 1904 Complete Street Development Standards, staff recommends denial of this remaining variance, the site development review, and the associated tentative map. Thank you.
Okay, and before I go to public comment, I'm going to ask for a motion. Who is this person?
Mr. Creer.
Whose ward is this?
Councilman Creer.
Councilman Creer, I'm going to ask you to move to strike agenda item 94 and 95 at the request of the applicant. Can I legally do those together? 94 and 95, can they be stricken together?
Let's do them one at a time, mainly for the clerk's program that they run the agenda on.
Okay, so you're so kind. Okay, could we have a motion to strike at the request of the applicant?
I need a point of clarity because,
Okay.
one, I don't know anything about this project.
It was Councilman Barlow at the time, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm Councilman Correa. I've been here for a
Yes.
year.
I'm sorry.
I won April 18th, 2018. I won again in April of this year. So there's been ample time for you guys to come in here and understand this project. To me and my staff, I don't know anything about it. How I found out about it was when I was leaving Western High School yesterday. I was riding in the car with Harry Williams in the car, and we drove by and we saw a notice sign on the lot, and it just happened to stop and say, I wonder what this is in my ward. I don't know anything about this. And I read it, and that's how I found out about it. And so I don't know what conversations I've been had with the neighbors. I know the neighbors. I grew up in that, right up down from the neighborhood across from Gibson, and I know a number of people who lived off of there, and I don't know if I can even take it off 94, 95 because I don't know what the whole, I don't like to piecemeal things. And so I personally think they should be abated until I understand what we're doing. And in addition, since this is such a major modification from what you're presenting, I think it needs to go back to the neighbors. If it was to the neighbors the first time, I'm not sure how many neighborhood meetings you had, how many people showed up. I received opposition. You said that you haven't received any opposition.
No,
and
hold on. I'm sorry.
And I've received opposition to it. There's opposition postcards. I've received emails as of today. And so I believe that this needs to be better vetted.
Okay.
And I'm not saying we won't work with you. All I'm saying is that I don't know anything about it. And I think it needs to go back. And me and my staff need to understand more of the implications of what this is going to be on the neighborhood. Because one, 3 stories wouldn't have been appropriate. The 35 feet I get. But 3 stories wouldn't have been appropriate just for the fact that I know people who live in an area don't want you looking down on them in the greens and in the other areas. So I'm somewhat torn, Mayor, because I just don't know what direction to take.
Okay, well, one thing I'd like to ask you, Councilman, this couple that's on the left as well as this lady, They've been here all day long.
I would love to hear from them.
Okay, so why don't you have a seat?
Yes.
We'll hear the public hearing comment. I also have Kimberly Jones, okay, a card from her. So let's hear, you can voice your opinion and your comments and direct them to Councilman Creer. Then he will decide what he's doing, but I think we have everything on the table. So at this point, it sounds like you're going to need an appointment with Councilman Creer, but let's hear from the public. And sir and madam, if you'll come first before Ms. Jones, because you've been sitting here so long. And maybe you were here all day too, Ms. Jones, but maybe you came in at the end, but they've been here all day. And it wasn't for the entertainment, I can assure you.
What entertaining?
And your name, please.
Honorable Mayor Goodman and council members, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Lolly Napoleon, Napoleon. I feel like a rabbit who has chewed her cabbage 3 times. This is the 3rd time this issue has been brought before the council. We first came when Ricky Barlow was our council member. He called a community meeting, not right next door in the church lot where this project is, but several miles away off by Lake Mead at another church. The whole community came to the conclusion this was not for us. When it came before the council, it was voted down. The density was the issue. This neighborhood was built in 1963. My husband and I have been married 55 years. It was built 1 year before we were married, more than a half a century ago. Most of the homes are ranch-style single-family dwellings. Most of the families are original families. We personally bought our home on St. Andrews Circle 11 years ago. What is proposed by the purchaser is 20 feet from our 6-foot back wall, where our whole back of our house is made of glass with a swimming pool. We're a Hawaiian family, and like my husband said, sometimes our grandchildren may swim with less clothes than is expected. With a 2- or 3-story building less than 20 feet away, snapping pictures perhaps and sharing it on media is an invasion of our family life. Less than 20 feet away now for a 2-story building is no less invasive. We have been looking at a church lot for the LDS Church all these years, and a steeple and the quietness. What we're going to be looking at are 18 more units. Normally, each unit has 1 at least automobile. 18, 2 automobiles. So maybe 36 automobiles. When the church sold this lot to this man, they made a mistake. It was not 50 feet wide. This is a flag lot. It's 47 feet wide. So you cannot have a wide sidewalk on two sides. It's not possible. For them to go back and make adjustments and have it into a 50-foot flag lot will take years.
Take her home.
And as we look at the density, oh, the traffic is striking. We have Western High School. We have the technical school. We have Ruth Fife Elementary. We have Gibson Intermediate. Traffic and children. Children are a joy of our life, right down to our great-grandson. Every kid in the neighborhood knows us as Nan and Papa, because they know if there's a problem, they can knock on our door. When you have density, you have problems. If you have 18 units, imagine the high school kids that will be hanging out there. More drugs, more problems. If you look at the police records in the past 2 months at Western High School, there's been a number of incidents of fights, gun threats, all kinds of problems. And we're just saying, it's not about money for us. We're leaving this to our family. It's about the neighborhood kids who have lived there almost all their lives. It's about density. There are so many other lots that can be built with the same thing that the Spire wants. Leave the zoning. Don't change it. It's been there forever. It's home forever and will be home forever.
Thank you.
Without talking your leg off, that's primarily what we have to say. I apologize for wearing a hat. I have a problem with overhead lights after a brain injury.
Thank you.
But again, aloha and mahalo.
Thank you. Thank you. And sir, you're next? Or are you the same? You're one and the same? Anything new to add on?
I'll try to make this just as quick and short as I can. It'll just,
Okay,
you
your
know, I haven't
name.
had the chance to meet.
Your name, please, sir.
My name is John Napoleon. I live at 4417 St. Andrews Circle. Just a few of the things that, had we met prior, I would have liked to just say quickly that the flag that enters out onto Bonanza, you know, under this proposal, will feed 18 units, or possibly double that amount of cars dumping onto Bonanza right at the time when Bonanza is crowded with kids, both coming to school and then going home. We have both an elementary, Ruth Fay Elementary School, and Bonanza that crowds that whole area. I happen to have a home that's contiguous to the back of the development. In fact, this is my house right there. We also have a pool, as do 7 of the houses all along that border. For us, privacy is a big issue, especially if we have someone's looking out off of their deck or out of their bedroom window onto my deck, and I also have one wall of glass.
Yeah, I think your wife mentioned.
Yeah, and so
She did.
not only do we look at from the building into my pool, but we also look into my kitchen, my living and family area.
Right.
So for me, it becomes an issue of privacy. We already touched pedestrian safety. With the increased occupancy, I have no objection to keeping the zoning for whatever it currently is, whatever the current But if we raise the occupancy, it also allows the developer to get a few more chances at being profitable. Unfortunately, the rest of us have to help that developer be more profitable because he's earning more profit because it's a single family, not a multi-story neighborhood. So I don't really want to support the next speculator. You know, if he enters with the same rules, under the same conditions, then it is what it is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Jones?
Good morning. Mayor Goodman and council members. You've become our new councilman, so welcome. I want to touch on the subject what they forgot, and I'm going to help my seniors because we have a lot of seniors in the area. So I'm going to go from a different direction. This project to me is gain for profit. If you come outside, council member, I'm sure you drove past, it's a wall. So it's not safe because once you have 18 families in there, you have fire trucks that have to come to the building, you have ambulance that have to come. So everybody on the backside has patio doors which are glass. If you come to the back of where the sign was, if you stand right there, if they put a walkway on that side, even if they put flowers up, even if you beautify it, still not safe because you can stand right at the wall. Oh, I'm sorry. You can stand right at the wall and look into our backyards. So you can look straight in our backyards. So to me, the wall is too narrow. It would be unsafe if somebody accidentally hits one of the walls and somebody's kid is in the yard, the wall will actually fall in. I don't know why the church sold it. I thought they were going to build a playground for the kids. That's how small it is. It's supposed to be a 47-inch driveway. It's going to be one way in, one way out. A fire truck will have the hardest time getting in there. They probably wouldn't even be able to go in and circle around. So I have a CDL, so I know there's no way possible that a fire truck can go either in that way and come straight back out. It wouldn't even be able to go around the building to exit back out. Also, the crime would go up because they would be able to jump the wall. While I'm at work, somebody can actually walk down. If they look over, they can walk down, jump our yard, and all those houses are vulnerable because they have 18 families there that aren't paying attention. You can jump the wall and nobody ever knows. Also, the privacy and the noise. Every time someone from this family calls the ambulance, which I respect that they have to call, but every time that they call the ambulance or call the fire truck, it comes right behind our bed. All our bedrooms are in the back. So if they call them 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, everybody is woken on this side because there's something going on in the building. Also, like I said before, I think this is profit for gain. I don't think they actually took the time to say it's only one way in and one way out. So I oppose this and I'm very against it because it's not beneficial.
Thank you for coming down. Appreciate it. Anyone else who wishes to speak on these items? I'll close public hearing, give it back to you, Councilman Creer.
Thank you. I'm not sure if the applicants were looking to respond back to that, but, you know, I would be willing to, as of right now, there's no way I could support this project. And I would be willing to obey it for a little bit if you guys want to come in and talk to us and maybe meet back with the neighbors with the new revised plan, maybe answer some of these questions that are out there. You know, and although from looking at the property and from seeing it, it does not seem appropriate for what you're trying to do, yet I'm not closed-minded about it. I just don't know anything about it.
Go ahead, Charlie. Well, I just want to point out a couple of things is that about the comment that I made about the opposition was what the intent of clarification was talking about the September 6th, 2017 meeting, which we had the meeting at the school across the street. There must have been about 30, 40 attendees, and that is on the record. Now, there is opposition to the project that I want to bring forward again, and that is what we were aware of as of April 9th when we went to Planning Commission. we went to Planning Commission with the intent that because of our rezoning application that we had support, and then we were dismayed to find out that we actually didn't, and that there was some opposition. So when at the April 9th meeting, the opposition was that of the 3 stories. So what we did was that we actually changed it from 3 stories to 2, and now we fully complied with the code. We're not doing anything that deviates from the designated zoning or something that would require an approval by the, to require an approval beyond that of what is already approved by the code. What we're asking for is the roadway, which we've already coordinated with the fire department for emergency access. The width required is 24 feet for a turning radius, 52 on the outside, 28 on the inside. So we've complied with fire code requirements. The condition by the fire in our meetings, when we had a meeting with the fire marshal, was to sprinkle the buildings, and that's what we're doing. So these are small, relatively small buildings, and we've sprinkled them. And so we do meet fire code regulations, and what we're asking for is that, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't know if your planning department would be able to address this, but if I'm not mistaken, if we had sidewalk on both sides, I think we would apply with all intent of the code. What we're asking for here is that we want to provide gates for our own security of the development to prevent high school students from Western High School on the south side of Bonanza from coming into our project. Now, I believe the young lady went ahead and she mentioned something about visibility over the wall. We plan on putting a redundancy wall, a 6-foot redundancy wall around the perimeter. It's going to be a new wall that's going to be on our property, because when you add, in order to achieve drainage from the site, we're going to have to add a little bit of fill material, maybe a couple of feet. We don't want a 3-4 foot wall for ourselves. So we're actually going to be building another redundancy wall on our property, and that's a common practice, and that's going to be a redundancy wall of 6 feet. And that will provide additional screening. So I hope that
I think, if I may interject here, I think what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilman, you know nothing about the project other than what you've heard. This either at your decision, they need to make an appointment with you and revisit everything, or...
Yes. I think that might be in the best interest of all involved.
Sure.
And also, I have some questions for staff that I'd like to ask them and have some more clarity. And so you're welcome to do that.
Yes.
If you're welcome to, or if you want to move
We would
forward with
appreciate
this.
that. I
would
apologize
not
for any
deny it.
misunderstanding. So.
Pardon me?
I apologize for any misunderstanding.
Yeah,
when I meant about
and
that
I also
approval.
believe that there's going to have to be some more conversations with the neighbors, because I don't know, September of 2017 is a long time ago, and to change the scope of what's going on, and to, if you met some variances and you've done some things to clear up some misconceptions, then I urge you to go back to the neighbors and say that. I'm not telling you what the neighbor is going to say. I have an idea, but that's not for me to tell them what they're going to say. So I don't know how much time is needed for that. It seems as though that's not going to happen within 30 days for you to go back. We have to notice the neighbors, but I would say at least a bed for 60 days at a minimum. And then that'll give you time to come in, explain what the project is to us, go back out to the neighbors and host a neighborhood meeting and see if we can get some consensus.
Well, if I might interject here, a couple of things. Number one, I would highly recommend, since he's given you the license, make an appointment with him as soon as he says it's permissible, at which point he can meet with planning. But keep in mind, in June, we will be electing new council people to this committee. Some of us on council have had the privilege of being here when Councilman Barlow was serving. And so my recommendation is, if it's okay with you, for them to make an appointment with you as soon as you say it's permissible, giving you time to meet with planning as well. Then for them to meet, as you're going to suggest, and then maybe resubmit this, because obviously with 2 items already changed and out. So the first step would be to make an appointment with you in your office.
Yes. You can talk to Kelly in the back there. She'll get you guys situated.
And only because the fact that early June is the election for new council members, at least you'll have the advantage of having seniority seated here to hear if that works out for Councilman Creer. He's in charge of this, so that's my recommendation to you, is to obey it. But if you go 2 months out, I think you'll have a new council.
Yeah, we will. I just, if there's enough time
So
to
what do we have?
get information out, notice, and get the neighbors to something.
That's too far out. Well, it'll be the new council. So.
That's my thing.
When can you, when would?
Well, we could set up a meeting, probably.
Next week?
Yeah, I'd have to check with Kelly and Tanya, but
Madam Mayor, if I might just interject, Councilman, it sounds like you want a required neighborhood meeting, properly noticed and all of that. Given the way that normally works, 30 days is kind of tight to do that unless the applicant is ready to move on that before literally the end of the week. So that's end of business tomorrow. So if we can get a commitment to do that, then we can do what we need to do on our side to help them facilitate a neighborhood meeting. Otherwise, we would need more than a 30-day abeyance in order to adequately notice and hold a neighborhood meeting, if you want it done the official way.
And you're saying, if I may, Mr. Summerfield, they'll have to meet tomorrow in order to make the timeline for notification for neighborhood meetings?
I'm going to look over at my partner here and see if he has anything else. But yes, I think in order to meet all the noticing requirements, get the extraction list, do all those things, get the neighbors within the radius, adequate notice of a neighborhood meeting being conducted, we need to move on that this week in order to have that done in time. And have adequate time for them to make any adjustments. So that's the other side of it. If you have a neighborhood meeting, the implication is that there may be some additional compromise. That implies that there would be revised plans. To try to do that in 30 days is tight if that is the expectation. If it's just to hold an information meeting, then that's not a big deal. That should be able to be done in 30 days.
And
but if
it's
there's an
not like you
expectation of
have-
action,
Right.
that may take more than 30 days.
And it would be up to Councilman Creer, because he only has tomorrow, which is Thursday, because Friday City Hall is closed.
right. I understand your concern, Mayor, about the new council, but either way, whether this council is here or not, I think the neighbors need adequate time to understand what potentially could be presented and to have time to make a comment on it instead of being rushed about it. This is a pretty big deal in our ward, and for this neighborhood, it could have a very big impact on them. So I would still like to have it within 60 days so that we aren't rushed in order
July
to.
17th? July 17th,
Well, this
then.
is, that'd be longer than 60 days, wouldn't it? So we'll have one meeting in June? Well, I guess that would be 60 days. What, July? Yeah. I think it should be 60 days.
Okay, so your motion is to obey this item?
You like to make a comment?
Yes, sir.
Turn your mic on?
Oh.
Okay, there you go.
My name is Chobo Meisberger.
My name is Chobo Meisberger. I represent SK USA, the developer. We purchased this lot in the intent to do what you can see here. Previously, there was a meeting about this before we purchased the lot, and they had, with Mr. Barlow, a meeting also with the neighbors where they proposed over 100 units to build on the same lot. Of course, this was turned down, and the neighbors had over 150 signatures against this development. And I think that's where the confusion came from, or coming from, that we are not the same. We reduced everything to comply with the code. We reduced the size, the height, we complied with everything, although the code allows us to build 35-foot high. 2-story or 3-story makes no difference because still 35 feet high. We reduced it, complied with the neighbors to 26 feet. We meet the neighbors at Western High School. We had an overwhelming response from those people. We have on records, we have signatures of people who came there, and everybody was very happy about it because we bring some, say, fresh blood, fresh something to this old neighborhood.
Well,
and
I can look.
What I'd like to ask you is if you can shorten the time to meet with the neighbors or with anybody who would like to meet or who would
I
like to
haven't
ask to
heard,
meet.
I haven't heard one person say they're in favor of this project. I don't know
We
who
have
you
a
talk-
list of names
Maybe,
with addresses,
maybe,
sir.
maybe you have. I'm
do.
telling you that I have not. I've only heard people who are in opposition of it, and.
That's what I tried to clarify. The opposition is came not from our development, it came from 2 years or 3 years before that, where they
No,
had over 100 units
I
to
don't-
put on the same lot.
I would respectfully disagree with you because there are comment cards based off of your agenda item here. There are people here, and there are other people who have reached out that said they are not in favor of it. So based off of what you've presented here today, not based off of what happened in September of 2017.
What was
So-
recently sent out, this
Okay, how about
cards
this?
to the
How-
neighbors.
How about this? I am not going to go back and forth with you here. This is not the appropriate place for that. If you'd like to come and meet with me, you're more than welcome to.
Thank you, sir.
If,
Appreciate it.
I think that 60 days is the appropriate time, and just for the fact that there's a lot of issues that need to be worked out, I think the neighbors need a time to understand this, whatever the new project is, and if you're willing to do that, great. If you're not, I'll be more than happy to make a motion for denial of your project.
I am absolutely
Great.
willing to meet you, sir.
Thank you. So we're going to ban until 60 days.
All right. There's a motion to obey agenda items 94 through 98. Obeyed till, what did you say, July 17th?
It'd be 60 days, yes.
July 17th. Okay, there's a motion to obey till July 17th, all these items.
You got to go back to the website. Go back to Google.
Mayor Pro
Yes, I
Tem?
think that's Google, right? Is that what you
Mayor
mean?
Pro Tem? Mayor Pro Tem? Thank you. Okay. July 17th. July 7th, and you'll
Thank you,
make
Madam
an
Mayor.
appointment. Kelly's in back there.
Kelly, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We'll move on to agenda items 99, 100, 101, VAR 75829, request for a variance to allow 20 parking spaces where 32 are required. Item number 100, VAR 75832, a request for a variance for a 5-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required and to allow a 6-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required. And number 101, SDR 75833, request for a site development plan review for proposed 4,860 square foot medical office development with waivers to allow a 6-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the east property where 15 feet is required to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along the north, south, and west property lines where 8 feet is required to allow blank facades where such is not allowed and to allow less parking lot landscaping than what's allowed. The applicant is Jason Mayhew. The owner is Michael and Diana Moore Trust and Matthews Family Trust on .42 acres, 1807 West Charleston, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. Planning Commission recommends approval on all items. Staff recommends denial on all items. These are in Ward 1 with Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Jason Mayhew, 652 Middlegate in Henderson. I'm here representing the owners of this property. This property had an old house that was converted to commercial on it for a very long time on this corner. It suffered two fires that were very close to each other. And after the second fire, they chose to tear the building down and to rebuild a new building on the property. Thought that was the best choice for them to do. The old building had some very large landscaping. It really didn't look all that good in there. It was starting to get run down. So they chose to tear that down. When they chose to tear that down was prior to finding out about the Charleston Road widening project, which has held this up a little bit. Moving forward, they were trying to figure out what was happening with the Charleston widening before we moved forward, and then finally they just decided they needed to get something going on this, so we went ahead and moved forward with it. The blank facades on the building that we're requesting are on the sides that are adjacent to the existing building and the rear of the building, which is adjacent to another commercial property on that side. So we don't feel that decorating those sides of the buildings versus leaving them blank is really going to change anything, because no one really will ever see those facades. The facades that are on the street side and the front side would be decorated very nicely to fit a new style. At some point in the future, the owners, two of the sisters own this particular property in the corner. The family, Joseph's property, owns the other two parcels here on the corner. And at some point in the future, they would like to update the facade of the other two buildings on the property. Also, of course, depending on what happens with the Charleston Road widening also. So this building was designed, the facade on this building was designed to be able to be put on the other buildings also at some point in the future, to try to update that corner when time and money allow on that particular thing. The reduced landscaping on the north side of the property here is a joint access driveway, which is access and to the Del Taco plus these other two buildings here. So that's the reason for no landscaping along the north side of the property. And the landscaping on the west side of the property, we would have landscaping in the two islands, but not between the buildings. We also would have no landscaping between the two, on the south side of the property, which is just 5 feet to the property line, and the property on the opposite side of that wall has a few trees along there. Along Shadow Lane, we would be adding landscaping. So we're not asking for no landscaping, we're just asking for a reduced buffer, not the 15 feet required across here, but we still would be adding landscaping to make it look appealing and not make it look so, just barren without anything there. We are adding landscaping as much as we can and as much room as we have here. The reduced parking, the reason for that number is there's joint parking through the entire corner here is all joint access parking. So the required parking, I believe they said, was 30 or 32. That includes parking from adjacent buildings, not just this particular site here. And we were able to get 20 spaces on this property. If we were to add the extra landscape islands in the parking, we would have reduced that by even more.
What would happen if the other properties are sold and you're left just with that one property? Then you lose all those other parking spaces, correct?
There's a joint access parking agreement that would have to be in effect because the access is through this property.
Okay.
And it's the same family that owns it, so I don't foresee them doing that.
Yes. Where is the joint access? All over the place, or just in that area you showed with your finger?
So, there's an easement, a 24-foot access easement granted across the north side of the property.
And is that where you say that if you need additional parking over 20, is that where you would put it?
If we were able to put more parking, if that wasn't there, we would be able to put more parking.
You can't put more parking there now because of the access and people traveling back and forth.
Correct, yes.
So I just wanted to ask you, where would you put it on someone else's property, right?
There's no room on this property for any additional parking.
I know there's no room on your property, but then where are you parking the cars? On the property next to you? Or where? I mean, you say we've got this joint access agreement, but the access agreement seems to be for access, not for parking.
No, it's a cross-access parking agreement. The whole corner is part of
Okay,
that.
then the cars that come in and out, it doesn't matter if you have parked cars there. It seems to me that's an access road to the center of the land.
Correct, yes. That 24-foot is access across there. This property over here, they use that to get out onto Shadow Lane, plus Del Taco uses that to get out onto Shadow Lane also.
You know that we have trouble with parking in that area.
Yes.
We have a significant problem. In fact, we have a significant problem with people going to Del Taco. I know because I've gone there. But but I'm very concerned about the parking. I don't think I could approve the 20. You're asking for a reduction of almost half there. You're going to give us, you're missing, you're saying you're going to give us 20, right?
Correct, yes.
And that's 12 less than you're supposed to have.
According to the calculation that planning did for the whole corner, yes. Based on the parking just for this property, I believe we have 5 or 6 less than.
The thing is, we're going to have more development there. Those are parcels all around there are being sold, and they'll have more developments, and we don't know what that's going to do for the parking. There'll be more parking coming in, a need of more parking. Can we hear from planning on this?
Yes, and it is public hearing, which I haven't had yet either, so let's hear from Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, the subject site is not part of a commercial subdivision, although as the applicant's representative mentioned, it does have cross parking, which is why the parking is calced at the whole center and the impact on this proposed development on that. Therefore, because it is not a part of a commercial sub, it must conform to all development standards associated with landscape buffers, building proximity to parcel lines. That being said, the proposed development fails to comply with both development standards that would apply if the site was within a commercial sub or not, actually. And this is evidence that the proposed deficiencies are self-imposed for both the variance and the waivers, and as such, staff is recommending denial of all applications.
And anybody wishing to be heard on agenda item 99, 100, 101 from the public? I'll close public hearing. This was a residence before, right?
At one point, it was a residence. It
And
was
now
converted
it's
to
just
commercial.
vacant land?
It was converted to commercial years ago, and it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was a transitional housing facility.
That isn't where a facility now sits called Crossroads.
I'm not sure the exact name of it. There was a house there that was used as, I believe, a transitional housing that caught fire and was demolished because it caught 2 fires in a very short amount of time.
You have some big trees on that property now, don't you?
No, the property is dirt now.
They cut them down?
Yes, they removed everything off that piece of property.
Well, I respect you and your desire to do this. It's not, I have nothing against it whatsoever, but I have to tell you, I'm worried about the parking, and planning, of course, is worried about the parking too. And the other thing is, you're asking for so much to be changed. You want 5 foot on the side yard where 10 is required. 6 feet in the rear yard where 20 feet is required. And I just think that, and then the landscaping that you won't be putting in, I just think maybe you're trying to have too much there without doing all the other. This is a special thing, this medical area now. At one time, maybe we wouldn't have looked so closely on the landscaping and other things, but we're trying to make that medical district desirable in all ways, which is why the landscaping is also very important. I would have to move for denial on your item number 99.
Can I
Surely.
just explain a couple of things? The reason why we have the building sitting where we have it sitting, so they're talking the front of the property is on Shadow Lane, which it should be the address is off of Charleston, which is on the north side, but the planning is assuming that Shadow Lane is the front of this piece of property right here. We're trying to keep some consistency on the corner with the existing building that's there. So if we were to fit within the setbacks, being that this is the front setback here, we would end up with this little tiny square right over here that wouldn't match the complex that it's in there. We're keeping basically the same width of the building on the west side and just continuing that down there so it looks like it's continuous, it's all on the same piece of property, basically. And then eventually, the facelift on the other buildings would make them look the same.
But you know what? You could cut off part of that back part and still be facing the front where you say you would be facing, and people coming down that street wouldn't know that, they wouldn't notice that it isn't as wide, because they'd be seeing just mostly the front part.
It wouldn't increase any parking on any of it. If we were to set this off 20 feet off of this west property line here, which would put it 30 feet between the buildings, we still wouldn't increase any parking there. It would just be open space there. Unfortunately, the site is a very difficult one.
You're
We
on
have a very
Shadow
small
Lane,
area to work.
which is one of the major, it's going to be one of the major roads going into the medical center. That
Correct.
goes right there. And Shadow Lane is where all the people are coming now to put in businesses and other things like that. I'm very worried that what's going to happen is we're going to have parking in front of the residences, and that maybe, and they will complain. They would complain. What do you think, Mayor, because you know that area also?
Well, it sounds to me like you really need to make an appointment with Mayor Pro Tem and let her take another drive through the area. I tend to know the building you're mirroring, and there's a new barber shop in there, and there are businesses that are going in and going out. So based on the fact that Mayor Pro Tem's talking about the medical district development, I know was an old, what do you call it? The temporary buildings, what do you call them, motor homes, a motor home
Yes, there
park in
was.
here.
Correct.
That we have parking looking at to make a parking lot temporarily in there. It's a whole area and corner there at Charleston and Shadow Lane that is right in the heart of all this redevelopment. So maybe to take another look, but I worry about, I know we've got these wonderful donut shop right up there.
And the donut shop is possibly might not be there anymore after the
Correct.
Charleston
So
widening.
as they're being bought out, and as DeBella's Flower Shop, all of that is really, and then south of you is either another vacant lot or this crossroads. I really think it needs a drive. I would obey it
I
and
think
let them talk to you.
let's obey it until,
June
what
5th?
meeting am I here?
June 5th?
Next
Can you do
meeting.
it by, is June 5th?
Yeah, I can do that. Let's do that. And by the way, the donut shop person told me he's not leaving.
No, he's not going to be leaving there, but they're taking 15 feet off the front of the building. We don't know if we're going to be able to push him down and take away from the medical area, or if he's going to go into the back building, or if he would go into the new building that we're building here.
But he knew
Not
that. He
sure.
knew that, and he told me that he'd have to move some back, but he wasn't worried at all. Maybe it's because he eats those real donuts all the time. It keeps him
Right.
happy.
But you have the medical supply in there, and there's a
Yes,
lot
you
of
do.
interest in
Correct.
medical-related businesses.
And that's what they're
that
trying
are
to build this
talking-
building,
right.
is to
They're all
get that.
talking about, what do you want for the property, DeBellas? Are they going to move? Are they going to stay there? Are we moving McDonald's?
It's a transition time. I think we should meet, and I'd like to have Shawnee there too, because, she's done a lot with all the real estate. So I have her at a meeting, so we'll do that. Then on June 5th, I'll move to obey to June 5th.
All three items. Can we do that?
All three items.
Together? Okay, there's a motion to obey number 99, 100, and 101 to June 5th. So please vote on that and please post. But I highly recommend, and I do know, because Councilwoman tours all the time, for her to look down there with
Right.
staff and see the changes, because just the other day, when I asked you about Crossroads, they have now taken over that building immediately to the south. of
Oh,
your
that's the building right to
property,
the south there?
right?
Okay.
And just put their sign up. Tad Porter's law offices across the street on Shadow is up for sale. There's interest by medical
Yeah.
there. So you're in a very transitory, possibly.
Correct.
I think you need to meet.
And that's what they're trying to up this
cobbled
property
together.
over here
Right.
and make it look better and bring in more of the medical tenants into this
But Mayor Pro
building.
Tem was talking about parking, and it is possible from those adjoining places that you were counting on parking, they're all gone and sold, and there's something much bigger coming in from medical. Plus Jorge Cervantes here is oversight on all of the street widenings, and that it is down Charleston, both sides of Charleston to the corner of Rancho from Shadow or widening.
Down to Shadow.
That's correct. For the record, Jorge Cervantes, that's correct. We're going from Rancho all the way to Shadow Lane.
Yes.
That's where the loss of the sidewalk. So all that
Correct.
information you need, and so therefore,
Yes.
June 5th.
That's all going to be beautified. It's just so in transition now, so we have to be very careful. We've been so careful so far in what we've done with the streets and aesthetically improving the area. So we'll meet then June 5th.
Okay.
Did that pass?
She has no button.
The vote's already closed. Did you want to put your vote on the record?
Okay, June
They
5th.
stole your button.
Thank you. So you'll call Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem's office, make an appointment?
Yes, please. My
Great.
secretary is Kim.
Kim?
Her message on her computer said voting not enabled. So it wasn't
And
the
it's
usual way.
229-2299. 702, of course.
Okay, we are
Thank you
now.
very much.
Good luck, good
I'll
luck.
have a great day.
102, 103, and these back to Councilman Coffin's wards, BAR 75869, a request for variance to allow 5 parking spaces where 12 are required. 103 SDR 75870, a request for site development plan, proposed 6-unit multifamily residential development with waivers to allow a 3-foot landscape buffer width along the east and west property lines where 6 feet is required, and 4-foot landscape buffer width along south property line where 10 feet is required. Applicant owner is Janine Lee et al. On .16 acres at 2517 Valley Street, R3, medium density residential zone. The Planning Commission staff recommend denial of both items. These are in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Well, how do you do? Okay, Mr. Summerfield, would you care to speak?
Madam Mayor, while the multifamily residential development is an appropriate use of the R3 zoning district, staff has been presented with no evidence of a hardship imposed by the site's physical characteristics, and that any hardship therefore is imposed. By reducing the number of dwelling units, the applicant could redesign the site to meet Title 19 requirements. Due to this requested variance, staff has to recommend denial of both entitlements. Thank you.
Thank you, and this is a public hearing. We don't have the applicant to answer questions, but anybody public wanting to be heard on 102, 103? Closed public hearing, Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, I'm not sure why the person isn't here, but I don't know them, haven't met them. I don't know whether to give them a couple of weeks, because I'm not sure they know that they're supposed to hear. I don't know if our office has heard from them.
Madam Mayor, through you, so just to be clear, the applicants were notified of the next hearing date following the Planning Commission meeting. They received their, what we call the action, a action letter was mailed to them to let them know the decision of the Planning Commission and that there would be the City Council hearing. So they were notified of the following hearing date.
Councilman Coffin, I have a question. So, Planning Commission and staff recommended denial. So sometimes that might confuse people if they don't come here often. So they might just think that they were denied and not be here. So sending a letter sometimes doesn't always work.
And I acknowledge that. Because I sit in where Councilman Coffin sits, I look every applicant in the eye and let them know, particularly if their item has been denied and is coming on to City Council, that their item will move forward to City Council and be heard as of a meeting date. That's part of my responsibility as the Secretary for the Planning Commission. So
Do you recall these particular individuals?
I recall this application, yes, because it was...
Do they speak English?
That, I believe so, but I couldn't say that if there was a language issue on this one.
I have a question, Your Honor. This person may not have wanted to pay the appeal fee, but I don't recall that we said bring it to council anyway, which would have essentially allowed them to not have to pay an appeal fee. Did we waive that, or, call it directly forward, or did we not?
Madam Mayor, through you, no, this item was not signified as final action at Planning Commission when it was heard, so it was approve or deny. It was going to be coming forward, I believe, to City Council for consideration.
Okay, well, let's move it for a couple of weeks, and we'll see if our office can reach out. So I now move what?
I'm sorry, so to be clear, technically this, yes, there was a review request because each council member is afforded the opportunity to request a review.
I just can't remember if we said passage and approval, a final passage with you, or if we said bring it to council.
You said bring it to council.
Good, then they didn't have to pay an appeal fee.
No, there was no appeal of this.
All right, let's just obey it for 2 weeks. Your Honor, I move to obey items 102 and 103 for 2 weeks. That would be to the June 5th meeting?
June 5. Okay, there's a motion, well, I'll help if I turn that on. There's a motion to obey agenda items 102, 103 for 2 weeks to June, and just, you can hold your hand up.
Yeah, it says voting not available.
Okay, so she's voting with Councilman Coffin.
Yeah.
If you would put that on, there's a rebellion on her.
The machine's had it with you. man.
Okay, we're moving right along. That's an oral approval.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Okay, let's move on to 104 and 104. Let me see, different ones. All right, 104, VAR 7581A, public hearing, applicant owner Serenity Birth Center LLC, possible action request for variance to allow a 0-foot setback, where a 5-foot setback is the minimum required for a proposed monument sign at 332 South Jones, APN 13836-210. 008, O Office Zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian Planning. Staff recommends denial and Planning recommends approval. This is a public hearing. Is the applicant present or representative? Hello.
Doug Rankin, 1055 Whitney Ranch Road, Henderson, Nevada. On behalf of the applicant, this is the birthing center that you saw previously a few months ago, to entitle that with their zoning. And as the project moved forward, they noted that it was impractical for them to put their sign and meet the setback. The site is constructed as such. The most likely place to put the sign would be located here, which requires the variance. We have full landscaping in this location as required by code, so it's not practical to put the sign in this location. The sign itself is 7 feet high. It's a monument sign. It's indirectly lit with landscape lighting. It's stone veneer. It's quite attractive. We would look forward to your action on this item today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? I'll close public hearing. And now let's hear from Mr. Lowenstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Staff has been presented no evidence of unique or extraordinary circumstances to support the 0-foot setback request, and staff recommends denial. Thank you.
Okay, here we go, Councilwoman.
Your sign, the sign that you will build would be 7 feet, and that's the height of all the other signs in Long Lake Jones, right?
Yes, there aren't any taller than 7 feet. There are a few that are taller than 7 feet on
But
Jones.
there aren't any shorter ones.
No, not that I noticed.
And when we went by, it seemed to us that you would fall right in a row with the other signs.
That is correct.
So I don't see any problem there. You've certainly done a good job with the building. It looks one of the best on Jones, and Jones needs picking up. So I move to approve.
Okay, there's motion on agenda item 104 to approve. Please vote, and please post. Okay, and that motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. 105, EAR 75834, variance, public hearing. Applicant Osavina Noel, owner Marie Ginist, for possible action request for a variance to allow a 2-foot corner side yard setback where 15 feet is required, an existing addition to a single-family dwelling, and an existing 9-foot tall perimeter wall where 8 feet is the maximum allowed at 500 Vincent Way, APM 13834 711-009, R1 Single Family Residential, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
I'm the representative.
And your name, sir?
My name is Osavina Noel. Representing 500 Vincent Way, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89145. The first thing is they were talking about the setback. It is a small exercise room she built in probably 10 years ago, which is meaning that she may not know she has to follow the building code setback when she built it. But it seemed like she spent a lot of money with somebody who does not tell her the truth. But comparatively with now, we do not have no more setback, 15 feet. Even though my house I live is 0 setback on Gowen and Rainbow, 0 setback. My point is, it's not acceptable, but as she already built it, spent a lot of money, that point we can consider as we have today. The lot used to be 60 by 100. Today the lot is 40 feet. Those new houses do not have setback. Number one. Number two, she built the house built when they were talking about the wall. The house built on Vincent, which is the elevation is higher than Alta. This is the reason why the fence is high, not her. That exists from the beginning of the building. The elevation high on Vincent, the house built on Vincent, they have to build the slab higher enough to build the house. Only the fence they put also is 6 feet. They said 9 feet. This is the way the house built 40 or 50 years ago. Nothing changed, except I can say her mistake when whoever built that little room for her do not take a part of the setback, which is 50 years ago, the setback was 15 feet.
Sir, what is your language?
I speak French, Creole, Spanish, and English. And I know Mayor Goodman, this fifth community.
Yeah.
And so anyway, for me, what I learned, she spent a lot of money, even though now she just hired a civil engineer for the grading. They asked for the grading.
Sir, could I ask you, who is she?
The lady who owned the house. I'm not
Before you.
Mary Janice.
Before you. Does she still own the house?
Yes, she owned the house. I'm the constructor and who she's hiring.
Let me tell you something. The wall does not concern me. I think that the wall, in fact, sort of makes it look better as far as what's in back of the wall. But, and the 1 more foot of the wall, that doesn't concern me. What does concern me is that this addition was built without permits and without checking. You don't have any fire checking, you don't have any building inspection, and there's a concern there because you did go into the other house, and, you know, things could happen, and it's our job to make sure through those entities that it's safe to live in.
I understand that, but
Yeah.
she did not build it with permit, but everything was by the bill of right.
She will have to take out the permits now, and it'll
Yeah,
probably...
we did
It'll probably
everything.
cost her double because...
We did everything. We got a structural engineering hiring, electrician hiring, she's just hiring an engineering for the grading because they have new grading for the back.
Okay, let's hold on one second and let's go to planning and see what needs to be done, what you have, and what permits are in, and why they have recommended denial from planning. So please.
Sure thing, Madam Mayor. The applicant did create a self-imposed hardship by illegally constructing a room addition without obtaining building permits. Staff recommends denial of the variance request as it's self-imposed hardship. If approved, staff would add the following condition of approval, that all necessary building permits shall be obtained within 60 days from the date of final approval and final inspection.
Okay, wait, time out. Very slowly, because he speaks so many languages. Could you repeat the condition under which he would be able to get the approval if she were so intended? What are the requirements? Again, but slowly.
Yes, Mayor. So if this was to be approved, all necessary building permits shall be obtained within 60 days from the date of final approval, and final inspections of such permits shall be accomplished within 30 days of issuance of the building permits.
Yes, we just hired a civil engineer to do the grading. I was with he's the one hold the plan. What is his name? I got his card, business card. I was with him. It is Mr. Rod Clark, which is the planning department.
Mr. Rod Clark, are we aware of a Mr. Rod Clark with us?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So on November 28th of 2018, a building permit was being processed for the residential room addition. Obviously, it cannot be approved until such time as the variance is approved. That is why the added condition was more from the date of the final action. They would have 60 days to get through the rest of the plans check, which then they would be issued the building permit if everything was to building and safety satisfaction. And then they would have another 30 days to get their inspections done.
So we're 6 months out right now from that time. You said November? November of 18?
Yeah, the permits came in on the 28th of November of 18.
So we're now 6 months out, and where are we? Right here for Councilwoman to approve before anything?
Before both planning and potentially land development will sign off on the building permit review, the variance would need to be approved by council.
So if I'm...
Wait, you have to turn on.
If I make the motion, I would move that all necessary permit information is completed within 60 days. And then from there, the final inspection would have to occur within 30 days. That's correct, right?
That's correct. So they have a building permit that's in the system, so your comments and your motion would be correct that they would need to obtain that building permit by complying with building and safety requirements within that 60 days, and then get their final inspections in the next 30.
So, sir, I'm moving approval of the variance.
Can I interrupt you? I'm sorry, Mayor Pro
Surely.
Tem. I didn't do the public hearing.
Oh, that's okay.
Is
I
there
don't
anyone
turn on
from the
my-
public that would like to speak on agenda item 104? Closing public hearing. Now back to you.
So I'm moving that the variance be approved. You'll have to pay double, on the permits, because that's because you didn't get it in the first place, and that all necessary permits for building be obtained within 60 days.
Yes, please.
And then that within 30 days, you have the final inspection that makes sure that the house is good. By that, and that's my motion.
Okay, and it's on 105 because I incorrectly had the public hearing on 104. So the public hearing really was on 105. That's
Madam-
closed.
105, it is 105, yes.
Thank you.
Did you have something to say?
Yes, please. If I could reread the condition, I just added a little bit at the end in case something works out, the building official can then extend, so.
If you want to reword it, you can, because I want to make sure I do it properly.
All right, so all necessary building permits shall be obtained within 60 days from the date of final approval, and final inspections of such permits shall be accomplished within 30 days of the issuance of the building permits unless extended by the building official.
And that takes care of it. That's my motion. So,
And to which you agree.
Thank you very much, and I'm
do you,
agree.
sir, you agree to that?
Yes, please.
All right, then that's the motion.
That's the motion. Would everybody please vote, Councilman Bowman?
Yes.
And then please post. Motion carries.
Thank you, thank you. Merci
you.
beaucoup.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Okay,
you very
106. 106. Are we having a wonderful time?
We're almost done.
Okay, SUP 75757. Public hearing, applicant Lauren Owens, owner CIM/116N North 3rd and LV and LLC. Possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 90-square-foot off-premise sign use at 116 North 3rd Street, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant present or a representative? Here comes the applicant or representative, I could tell. And your name, please?
Holly Cash.
Hi, Hallie, how are you?
Good.
Do you want to say something on this?
No, I just hope it's approved.
Oh, okay. All right, before we go to Mr. Summerfield and our planning, is there anybody here that would like to speak on behalf of the public comment? Closing public comment, Mr. Lovenstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The proposed sign complies with the Downtown Casino Overlay District special signage requirements and is appropriate in the area. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the application. Thank you.
Therefore, Councilman Creer?
Thank you. I mean, this is another, I haven't heard from you guys. Do you work for the Downtown Grand?
Yes.
You have to understand, are you representing them? And is it-
Yes, I'm representing the Downtown Grand.
You work for the Downtown
I'm
Grand?
also new to the Downtown Grand. I
Okay.
started in November,
Okay,
and the sign was up before I started working there.
okay. And so the sign is up, and so what are you trying to do? You trying to build a new sign?
We're trying to get a permit for the sign because it was put up without a permit.
So the Downtown Grand put it up?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, if I may, it's an existing sign that they want to reface with an off-premise message.
Right.
So this use permit is to allow for the off-premise message, which is actually a directional to the Downtown Grand. So this is an existing sign that's been part of that structure for some time, but used for on-premise. They want to now use it for an off-premise
Okay, and do
purpose.
we still have the Downtown Sign Review Committee that I was on? Is that still in place?
Yes.
Okay. Has it gone through that? Would it go through that? Because I know we have I think it's a policy or ordinance that we would only allow signage that would advertise or market on-property signage for the downtown corridor, similar to what the California Hotel does, or the Boyd organizations that have their Duratrans or something that is there. And so I'm trying to understand what this is. And in the future, number one, the Downtown Grand, since Bill Doak has left, I have not reached out. I haven't heard from them regarding a lot of different issues that I would like to speak with them about with the expansion. What do you do there?
I handle the contracts.
Contracts.
The contracts for the vendors and the licensing now.
Okay.
So this had started before I even started working there, and I think it was denied. And then I worked with the Planning Commission so that we could get it approved. And I was interviewed by Bill, and he left, I think, 2 weeks after I
And I
started.
haven't had any communications with them, and I've asked for it, and so I'm trying to
So you'd like
understand.
to speak to Gary now, who took over for Bill just
I
recently?
want to speak with whomever runs the place,
Okay.
and I have not, and I don't know who runs the place. I know there's a general manager, I know there's Seth, I know
You know-
there's some other people.
Kevin Glass, the manager?
We've met, but I need to, so I need to, as you move forward, the person in charge of contracts and other things, whatever they give you on a day-to-day basis, it would be appropriate for you to make an appointment with my office
Okay.
in order to come and let us know what you would like to do, so we have a better understanding, so that we aren't having this conversation right here,
Okay.
so that I have a better understanding of what's
Okay,
going on.
and if I might add, in deference to both of you, our newly re-elected popular Councilman Creer, having been here and seated in this chair for 8 years, we welcome CIM and the grant and
Yes.
all they've done. This is sort of perfunctory, a change and update, and it would be nice because Mr. Doak went back
Yeah.
to work where he belonged because he was so successful and wonderful.
Right.
And so if you could extend that invitation.
I would, and I'm just trying to, I'm not trying to deny, I'm just trying to understand exactly what this sign is going to do. I see the sign, and I'm trying to understand what it's going to do so that I'll have a better understanding. And it's going to be just like, it'll say what, the
Downtown Grand, this way with an arrow, and lights and everything, because I know that we had to,
So why do they need to get approval to change
Because
out
it's-
the facing of the sign?
it's off-premise.
Right.
Could you
So anytime they
please-
change the facing, the message on it, they have to come in front of council to change it?
Madam Mayor, if we might, so no, they don't have to get permission to change the face of it, but because they're going from basically they're converting it from an on-premise sign to an off-premise sign. So that requires council approval in order to approve an off-premise sign.
Right.
At that point, just, Councilman, as you're aware, with any off-premise sign, which is our code's term for a billboard, although this is clearly not billboard-esque, you can change, once you have approval as an off-premise sign, you can change that face to appropriate messaging.
And that's what I'm getting at. So there would be, if we approve this to allow you the ability to change to an off-premise sign, you can start using that as a billboard. You can start marketing to Coca-Cola. You can start marketing to whomever you want to, and it turns into a different premise of what the sign originally is supposed to be. The sign is supposed to be, am I accurate with that? Yes. So you're basically taking an on-premise sign, which says, if you have a steak special, or if you have something, the buffet, or even though you'd have a buffet of Triple George or something, then you're able to put whatever you want up there. Once you go and take it from an off-property signage, you turn it into a billboard, basically. Now you're able to say, I can market that, and you can get, to whomever coming in, it turns into a billboard. And that's a challenge because of the fact that we have other organizations downtown that have been asked to, that have billboards that they use for on property, like the Boyd has a big California on 95, and it goes back and forth, but it looks like a billboard, but it's technically an on property signage. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So I'm kind of, if we do approve this, then that's going to set a precedent.
I don't think, if we might turn to planning.
Okay.
I thought that off-premise signs on properties of, I'm thinking the World Market Center, that they have certain restrictions that they can't go advertising, who cares, Bud Light or something. They have to advertise only that which goes on the property.
That's exactly what.
So, Madam Mayor, through you, so yes, so we've got two different types of advertising that it's kind of being described. What you're sort of describing is what we call super graphic signage, and because of the enhanced nature of that, that does have some additional limitations. What Councilman Creer is referring to is we do have a requirement within the overlay for the downtown casino overlay that each, at least 75% of off-premise signs are encouraged to be used to advertise places, products, goods, services, and idea statements that are available or located within the district. So the proposed message clearly achieves that goal, but to the councilman's point, once they've decided, once this has been approved as off-premise, they would have the ability to change that copy and change it to something else. Obviously, we would still, because this is a code requirement, we would be looking at that if we ever saw it change to something that doesn't achieve that requirement.
Okay, so technically, though, it would still have to be something on the property?
No.
Overall-
If it was approved as off-premise, 75% of the sign has to advertise things that are located or available within the district.
Oh, 75% of the actual message?
Yeah.
on the sign. Okay.
Yeah.
And
So
then
if it-
25% could be,
Could be whatever.
okay.
We're only going to use it for a directional, though. We're
Well,
just
I'm-
looking,
Yeah.
you can trust me, that we're only going to use it.
You seem nice.
And I was the
But I've
one
been-
that
She is
said they're supposed to get a permit for that
I've
as
been
well.
doing this a while, and it's no offense to you, but, well, put it like this, I guess if they aren't in compliance, they're going to get dinged from business licensing, correct? Now, do we?
Code enforcement,
Code
yes.
enforcement. Do we have other signage, off-premise signage in our downtown overlay that would allow this, or would this be the first that you might know of?
We do have other off-premise signs that have been permitted downtown. This would be the first one that's kind of unique in terms of this shape and reusing an existing sign in this manner.
Right.
I think that's going to be a little unique, but no, we have other off-premise signs within the casino overlay area.
Yeah.
And Councilman Coffin would like to make a comment or ask you.
I would love to hear comments from my peers, so I can.
Well, I'm not
Thank you.
I'm not going to critique you at all. I just think you should pass the word back to management that they have disappeared from the scene. We don't know them. No, we don't know anybody from CIM. I don't know who to call if we have a problem. That's a critical part of the Fremont Street experience.
I'll
Or
let
at
them
least-
know.
Yeah, they used to be active, and they used to be asking for lots, and they got it, and then they forgot that they need to keep up with things. So otherwise, you would have known to come see him early.
I
You
would
would have
have.
known where to go, So you need to tell those people to establish a discipline in their
Oh,
behavior.
don't worry, I will.
Pete,
Now, that's enough for me. I like your problem. There's no problem with me. You're just a
I'm fine,
beneficiary.
oh, yeah.
All right, I don't want to belabor this. I think you understand where we stand. I'm going to move for approval on this, but understand that you guys need to step your game up.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Welcome to Las
Thank you.
Vegas and
Well,
welcome
no,
to
I've
City
been here for
Council.
6 years.
Okay, but not in
New
front of
to
us.
the downtown Grand, yes.
And not in
And
front
new
of
to
City
you.
Council. Okay, there's a motion to approve on agenda item number 106, and please vote and please post. And, no, I got mine. Works everywhere except for Councilwoman Fiore. She must have done something.
Angry at you, it just doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, good luck. Okay, we're on to agenda item number 107. This is SUP 75838, public hearing. Applicant owner Ramel V. Fajardo and Lorena de Leos Fajardo for possible action request for a special use permit for community residence use with a waiver to allow a 455-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 125 Antelope Way, R1 Single Family Residential Zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Planning recommends approval. This is a public hearing. Is the applicant or representative here? And if you would state your name, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Roderick Fajardo for 125 Antelope Way, Las Vegas, 89145.
And do you want to tell us about what you're doing here on
Yes.
Copper Lantern?
We're trying to get approval for the special use permit to operate a community residence, and we are specifically asking for approval. It can be for a elderly residence with Alzheimer's. It will have from 0 all the way up to 10 residents on the property. It does have 6 bedrooms, 3 baths.
Wow.
There's no fence, keep them in.
Interesting. Let's turn at this point. First of all, let me, anyone from the public wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. Hearing and seeing none, I'm going to close it. Let's go to planning.
Madam Mayor, the applicant is proposing to use an existing 6-bedroom, 3-bath, single-story detached residential home as a community residence. The proposed use is approximately 455 feet away from an existing community residence where 660 feet is required. Because of the decreased distance separation, staff finds that the proposed use is incompatible with neighboring development and recommends denial of this application. Thank you.
Does use have to do anything with it? I mean, as Councilman Coffin just mentioned, there's no fence, and these are people, the 6 individual residents could have Alzheimer, and there's no wall, fencing, anything.
So, Madam Mayor, so that would be more of a licensing issue, and that licensing is actually at the state level. We do not, based on some case law, we do not license these types of facilities at the city level. These facilities are licensed at the state level, so I don't know if they have any regulations with regard to those types of safety concerns. From a planning and a land use aspect, again, similar to the conversations around short-term rentals, the idea is that particularly single-family residential neighborhoods, but any residential neighborhood, the impacts to that neighborhood should be minimized by intrusions in other types of activities. And while this is technically a residential activity, it's a much more intense residential activity, which is why the council has the distance separation.
And it would seem to me that preliminary to getting any licensing or permitting here, the use of the facility and permission from the state should preempt, and that should be part of our knowledge base. If the state licenses it, then that makes a difference as to what we would decide. If in fact they're operating it for something that we don't know about.
I will look to my other deputy planning director who understands licensing, but I believe typically they require zoning approval before they will issue a license at the state for activity. That's how we do licensing, period. You usually have to have local zoning approval before you can get a license to do an activity. But I don't know if Mary has anything she could add to that, but I would assume that they have to get our approval as a city for the zoning piece before they can complete whatever licensing requirements that they have to do at the state level.
So just before, Ms. McElhone, why are we at this point? It seems that we have the cart before the horse. We should have that license unless Ms. McElhone's going to already tell us she has that license from the state. They shouldn't be in front of us for this purpose and this use for anything until that license has been achieved.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, as Director Summerfield just mentioned, so we, in business licensing, we do not license these establishments.
Correct.
Really, what they're looking for is land use approval, and then they go through the state process to actually get licensed. I don't know if the applicant has any other information to weigh in on that, but what we're talking about today is really whether this is compatible with the neighborhood. And then we let the state determine the licensing.
I think it's backwards, because I would want to know in the neighborhood that the purpose of the house, because it is possible somebody could buy a residence, do this, well-meaning, but not bother with the state license and just start operating as a residence for those with Alzheimer's or some other challenging.
Madam Mayor, we also have that other problem. We also have that other problem, Madam Mayor, about it's 200 feet closer to another, and I know that the residents like to keep that distance. They don't want to be overloaded, and the state lets us do that, right? They've not challenged it at all. It's 200 feet closer than it's supposed to be to another community house.
Correct. We were able to uphold the distance separation during the last time I believe this was in court. We did have to make other modifications to our code based on how that court proceeding worked out, but the distance separation, I believe, was upheld, and that is at the discretion of council to waive that or not. But the reason we have that is, again, consistency of the neighborhood, so we're not taxing the neighborhood by having too many things that are not a single-family activity occurring in proximity.
And two other things concerning did you find out about that 6-bedroom, and was it open or not open the way it should be?
Madam Mayor, through you, Mayor Pro Tem, so we did look at the floor plan. That is still an issue. We need to have someone go out and take a look and verify if the floor plan is accurate or not. If that one bedroom that's indicated on the floor plan that is in the backup does not have internal access to the home, that does create a different concern for us that we'll have to address down the road if this is approved.
And the other thing is, how large is the house? Is it 2,200 square feet?
Again, per the documentation that the applicant supplied us, it's 3,000 feet, but we believe the reason for the discrepancy between what the assessor has and the documents that were supplied to us are a result of them converting the garage into 2 additional bedroom areas. Although, like I said, we believe that there is an issue with one of those bedrooms because it does not appear to have internal access into the home, and therefore doesn't qualify as a bedroom as we generally lay a home out.
Right. And my concern is, I think it's wonderful what you're doing. I think helping the Alzheimer's patients is excellent. We need it. We need good places. I'm just a little worried about how big those bedrooms are going to be for the patients. And in all fairness, could we come out and go through the house before we make this vote?
Yeah.
Certainly. As far as a couple of items that they mentioned as far as one of the bedrooms, just wonder if I can get a clarification as far as exits.
I believe a bedroom has to have an internal access and one does not. Is that correct?
Correct. Madam Mayor, through you to Mayor Pro Tem, correct. When we were reviewing the floor plan yesterday, we noticed that we appeared to not catch the fact that the bedroom that is a part of the garage conversion that would be number 6, I believe, does not demonstrate internal access, so it's not accessing from that room into a hallway into the home, and only has a door that enters immediately off of the area designated for parking. And so that it would actually be an attached accessory structure at that point per our code, because it's failing to achieve that internal access.
And my concern is with the Alzheimer patients, they wander, and if there's enough, we'll come out and we'll go through the whole thing. And maybe planning, you can come also at the same time so that you can look at your access business. My concern is the distance between the 2 community homes and then the amount of room there for 10 patients. That's a lot.
It will be up to, and yes, and that would be based on, it goes up to the state. Before we get any approval from the state, we would have to get from zoning, planning, and through the local government approvals, and as well, specifically fire sprinklers in the home would have to be installed before we get approval for anything, and this on top of other requirements that the state would need.
Okay, and Councilman Coffin wanted to ask a question.
Thank you very much, if I may, Mayor. Thank you, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Oh, Mr. Fajardo, what is your experience in community residences?
We actually currently operate 2 with Alzheimer's as well.
Where are
they're both it's in Las Vegas, but it's part of the county. It's within the Clark County jurisdiction.
Oh, I see, and one of those county islands? Okay, we don't have the authority to just turn you down out of hand. That generally is the way. But zoning is a problem for you here. And I suppose you have some experience in this. But and I've got a community home right across the street from me, ladies who are, have been drug addicted. And they're fine, and they're extremely good neighbors. But when I saw that you don't have a fence, and you have people who will elope, guaranteed, and at one of the rooms goes to the outside, you're asking for trouble there. And, you know, they need to be outside like everybody else.
It's actually,
And
it's not even,
essentially, they would only have access to a backyard. And I don't think there was much access to the backyard as I looked out there. It's not very big.
the access through the backyard is through the home as well, and there's also a
How
gate
large is it?
as far as the...
How big is your backyard?
You can fit a pool, if anything. I don't have a specific.
have
As
a
far as
pool?
access or gates, it's actually blocked.
Okay, do you
Well,
have,
cinder
you have a
blocks.
pool, do you have a pool alarm for people who go in there and might fall in the water?
There's no pool in there at the moment.
No
of
pool?
course.
I thought you said there was a pool.
Yeah. No, there was no pool.
Well, I can't support this because you're too close to another one. But it makes me very nervous. I would not put an elderly relative in your house because those folks have a tendency to elope.
Of course.
And you don't have any protection for them, and you're near two busy streets. You're on a busy street, but you're right close to West Cliff. And that's where they're going to go if they're not contained in some fashion.
Mr. Coffin?
So that's up to the state, but I wouldn't vote for the zoning.
We will not get approval from the state with, of course, the local jurisdiction. As far as the concern about the fenced in, it's blocked off. It's a cinder block fence. And there's no access as far as, there's access from outside, from the exterior, also from the inside, from the backyard portion of the property inside. So as far as concerns, there's no...
I would like to make a motion, Mayor, if I could.
Yes? Yes, please.
I feel you're 200 feet less than you should be from another community house. And I feel that we've made, with the people who live there, the residents, we have a commitment to keep that distance. So I'm sorry, sir, I have to move for denial because you're too close to the other community house.
Oh, can I, because there's a reason why I don't know if that was the only reason, is the less than 600 feet, 660 feet. I wish that the planning commission told us that there's no way at all as far as getting approved based on that alone, because if it's technical, if I'm correct, if my understanding is, if 3 houses down, which would meet the 660 feet requirement on the same street, and someone would basically be open and go through the motions through the state to get approval for that licensure.
Well, according
only
to...
within 200 feet.
According to our regulations, you're 200 feet short,
Right.
which is about 1/3 of the way short. So I'm moving for denial.
Okay. There's a motion on agenda item 107 for denial. And under your vote total, in mine it says failed,
Yeah,
and
I
then
failed.
everybody says failed. So there is a motion to deny on 107. We'll take an oral count. Councilman Carrere? Aye. Councilman Coffin?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so the motion carries. And sorry, I mean, the work you do is wonderful, but really having them back-to-back is just, it's too pressing.
Understand.
But thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much. Keep up the good work. We'll move up on to agenda item 108, 109, 108 VAC 75859, a request for a petition to vacate a U.S. government patent easement located north and east perimeter of the site in a 30-foot portion of the north half of Darling Road located east of Wallapai Way. And number 109 SDR 75860, a request for a major amendment to a previously approved site development plan review, SDR 73576, for proposed expansion of the subject site and parking lot reconfiguration for 9,043 square foot commercial development with a waiver to allow an 8-foot landscape buffer on the south perimeter with 15 feet required on 2.02 acres at 6840 North Wallapai Way, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. The applicant's BP Holdings, Inc. The owner is VFR Southwest Desert Equities, LLC. Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial on both items. These are in Ward 6. Councilwoman Fiore, public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Hi, my name's Julia Isolo, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, Suite 450, Las Vegas, 89135.
Fine. And do you want to speak to your issues?
Yes, so this project has previously been approved for rezoning and a special use permit and a site development plan review. And we are now here with an application requesting to vacate the north 30 feet of right-of-way on Darling Road. And also, in conjunction with that, we're requesting to amend the site development plan review to remove the condition to construct half-street improvements on Darling Road, and also to reduce the landscape buffer requirement down to 8 feet, which is what would be required for an interior lot line.
Okay, thank you. Public hearing. Anyone interested in comments on 108, 109? Hearing seen none, I'm going to close public hearing and turn over to Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, the proposed vacation of Darling Road right-of-way could eliminate public street access to the parcel to the east of the subject site and result in a landlocked parcel. Additionally, staff finds that no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance is here to support the decreased landscape buffer along the south property line. Therefore, staff finds that the proposed development is inharmonious with the surrounding property and its future development in this area and recommends denial of both applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from council? Councilwoman Fiore.
Thank you. So the vacation and abandonment of Darling and the patent easements to the east of Hualapai for the 7-Eleven south of 215 on Hualapai, Darling has already been vacated to the east of this property. So to make it short and brief, I move for approval, motion for approval on this.
Okay, there's a motion to approve. We'll start with number 108. There's a motion to approve agenda item number 108. Please vote. You're back up and running.
Did you get to vote?
Everybody's up and running except Councilwoman Fiore.
Okay, we're all aye.
Okay, she's aye. Let's move on and let's post.
Okay.
And if it doesn't come up, I can cheat and I will tell you it passes. We will now move on to agenda item number 109. How say you?
Perfect. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve agenda item 109. Please vote and please post.
We're trying to document the problem.
Okay. And Councilwoman Fiore still would orally?
Yeah.
Aye. And let's post and see what the problem is. Do you want to take a picture how it's not posting either? Okay. And that motion carries as well. Thank you very much. And now we'll move on to agenda item number 110. Hold on. Okay. Okay, DIR 76328, public hearing, possible action and appeal of a director's decision regarding non-acceptance of an application based on an interpretation of qualifying public access as it relates to a marijuana dispensary use located at the northwest corner of Craig Road and Tenaya Way, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 4, Councilman Anthony. Staff recommends denial. Before we open the public hearing, I need to make a correction for the record. The dispensary use is located at the northeast corner of Craig Road and Tenaya Way. And with that said, I'm going to open up the public hearing. And is the applicant or representative present? Yes, the representative.
Mayor, if I could jump in just before Mr. Brown speaks.
Wait, nope, not yet, even. Because this is about access and about policy procedure and not specific to marijuana, I've been advised I can vote on this and wanted to make that announcement ahead of time because I have a son that's in the marijuana industry, but this has nothing to do with this. This is all policy and procedure and explanation. So back to you, Mr. Attorney Jurek.
If I could just elaborate a bit on that. Assistant City Attorney Brian Scott spoke with you about this. The only thing that happens here today is to decide whether or not to grant an appeal. This is not ruling on a license. This is merely ruling on whether or not the application can be submitted and accepted by the City of Las Vegas. If the appeal is granted, and if the license, if the application is processed, you would not be able to vote on that when it comes back before the council. On this simple item of granting the appeal on something unrelated to an actual dispensary, you are not disqualified. You've made your disclosure, and you can participate.
Okay, and before you present, I'd like to ask a question. Well, maybe Mr. Parago is former planning director, but as planning director, what is the definition? That was my first question when I saw this on the agenda. Well, what does access mean? Not public. I know what public means, but what's the definition of access, and when was that established?
Madam Mayor, the definition of access per Title 1918 is a way or means of approach to provide vehicular or pedestrian physical entrance to a property. Based on our research, that definition was introduced into your code in 1997 with the adoption of what was then called Title 19A.
Okay, and that meant vehicular or pedestrian?
Yeah, it's a catch-all term. Instead of separately defining vehicular access and pedestrian access, we say access, and then in various places in our code, context determines if we're talking about vehicular, pedestrian, or vehicular and pedestrian. In 1900 of our code, we actually define how or is used in our code, and so again, in this context, or can signify based on the area that access is used in the code. It can be vehicular, it can be pedestrian, or it could be vehicular and pedestrian. It just depends on that section of code and what is being talked about.
Well, going back to your days in charge of planning, if in fact you meant both, had there been applications on different projects that took pedestrian only as access, or has it always been an inference of vehicular?
Your Honor,
And I'm sorry, because Mr. Brown, I'm sorry both of you, but
You're doing fine.
there's clarification here.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tom Parago for the record. I think Mr. Summerfield really articulated the code provision quite clearly and quite well. And during my tenure as planning director, that was pretty much how we interpreted it the entire time. There were some applications where there's the context of the code, the provisions are speaking directly to pedestrian access and sometimes vehicular access. And so just as Robert said, it can be either or, but it depends on the portion of the code that we're dealing with, whether or not the intent is that we're talking specifically about vehicular or specifically about pedestrian or both.
And so my question to both of you, but really now that you're the director, is that to an applicant, as you go to the various different projects or requirements, is that very clear, is that pedestrian means pedestrian access or vehicular? Or do you need to clarify that so we're consistent as we take in applications? I think the worst thing is to muddy the waters, take all these applications in, create all this angst because you're denying an application based on something that you are waiting to clarify later.
Madam Mayor, so we have been consistent in how we've interpreted this. Marijuana has only existed in our code since 2014. However, these provisions, that's the subject of this question mark, have existed relative to other uses in our code for much longer than that. And consistently, we have interpreted that section to access to be vehicular.
Excuse me, right there I'm confused. You're saying since 2014 you have interpreted it vehicular only?
No, since before 2014, the language that's of contention, which is the use of the word access as it relates to defining property line measurements, has been, because of the context of that section, and I can read that if you like, just so that we have that clarity, has been vehicular in nature. 2014, we introduced marijuana, and consistent with how we previously used that measurement language, it was just carried into marijuana just as it is in many other uses. This is the first time where we've had an applicant come forward and say, hey, but wait, here in the definition, access seems to be able to be vehicular or pedestrian, and try to apply it this way. I think if you ask a planner or an engineer, when they read that section, they don't see the ambiguity or consistency, but if you look at just that definition, I think there is grounds for us to make a clarification in the code, because I think someone said it yesterday during briefings, for a layperson who doesn't have maybe the expertise of an engineer or a planner or somebody who does this every day, that may not be as clear that that is what was intended in that section of code. So yes, I believe I mentioned during briefings yesterday, staff would like direction to make a clarification here if there's any feeling that there's ambiguity in this section.
But with the ambiguity coming from an understanding of ambiguity from council, or from applicants, or from staff, or all of the above?
It could be all of the above, but mainly from council, because this is the code is the council's code. Staff delivers that code, but this is the council's code. So if you feel as a body that there is some ambiguity here that requires some clarification, then we more than happy to make those adjustments and bring an amendment forward to make that much clearer than it may be now.
So from a layperson's point of view, to me, the way it's written, vehicular is vehicular, or that could be vehicular and or, but definitely the word or means one or the other.
Madam Mayor?
The word or is a preposition.
Correct. In standard grammar, you're absolutely correct. But as I mentioned, in our code, we actually, because we have a number of these kind of catch-all phrases where there's shades of it, there's adjectives that further define the way the term might be used, we do have some additional language on how or is to be used in our code. And again, that's standard. As former legislators, I'm sure Councilman Kaufman and Councilwoman Fiore are well aware that in code, you define things extra that are different than how Webster might otherwise use them.
Madam Mayor?
That was clear as mud. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem.
It seems to me that this group that's coming forward now has found a significant ambiguity in the way we've worded it. So if we feel that it's accurate where it says pedestrian and vehicle, then I think this should be approved because they found it. But we don't want it to be followed always, so we should ask planning, please make the change so that we can have it without ambiguity for future use.
So you are asking, correct me if I'm wrong, you are asking staff or planning to clarify it.
Yes.
So there's no ambiguity.
That's right. So in future cases, there's no ambiguity, because there is right now. If you read it, it's so clear where it says vehicle and pedestrian. Certainly someone could depend on that. So I think it has to be changed. And I think staff has told me that they felt it should be changed too. Is that correct?
So, Madam Mayor, through you, so what I hopefully articulated during briefings was that from our way of reading the context in which the word is used in this case, we believe access is clearly referring to the vehicular part of the definition. However, if there is felt that there is ambiguity, then we would prefer to clarify that to ensure that the intent of council, which in this section we believe is intending it to be vehicular access, is clarified.
Okay, what, do you want to make a motion? Go ahead. I don't know what you're going to move, but go ahead and make a motion for something.
I would,
It's in my ward.
yeah, it's
No, it's your
Anthony.
ward.
Yeah, it's his ward.
Sphinx over here.
Do we want to hear from everybody, or do you want to make a motion?
It's up to you.
You've already spent all your time today. You had 20 minutes earlier. No, I mean,
I can't
do
get
we
a word
want
in
to hear?
edgewise with coughing around.
He came down to talk to you.
I tried to help him.
He's trying to help you, he says. I mean, is this an issue that's going to be all involved? And I see a big guns here, ready to approach us. Are you approaching us specifically on the acceptance of an application based on the interpretation of
speak?
quality?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
go.
Okay, well, yeah, this is in my ward, so, so basically, there's somebody who wants to put an application in for a marijuana dispensary in my ward. There was a question about distance separation, which is part of the ordinance. Mr. Brown, being the smart guy that he is, decided to really take a look at the distance separation, and there is a difference between a vehicular entrance and a pedestrian entrance. One disqualifies them, the other one does not disqualify him. And when you read the code, it is definitely ambiguous. And I've talked to Mr. Perigo, and he says, yeah, it could be ambiguous. Talked to Brad, he says, yes, you could read it either way. So because of that, first of all, we do need to clarify the code. So Mr. Summerfield, we're going to have to go through the process of cleaning this up. It has not been brought up in the past because nobody ever brought it up. Mr. Brown did. It's an issue, so we need to go forward with a clarification of what that means. Because it is ambiguous, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to grant the appeal. All that means is, just as Brad mentioned, you can move forward, but you got a long ways to go still to get this thing approved. You may get it approved, you may not, but I think in this particular case, I want to grant the appeal so you can move to the next step. So that's my motion.
That's fair.
Okay, how about tomorrow, there's another appeal. Will you accept that? Well, we don't have a council meeting. You take them one at a time?
This is the only agenda item for this.
Okay. Okay, so that's a motion?
Madam Mayor, I just want to get one little point of clarification. So between now and when we submit the application, there is the potential that we could have a few other applications come in. I just want to make sure council is aware of that, because I know that was a question I received yesterday from the mayor's office about any other impacts. So there is the potential, based on the waiting for the code amendment to come forward, that other folks could make application as well. Again, these are discretionary applications, so that doesn't mean, I think Councilman Anthony said it correctly, just because you can make application doesn't mean you get approved for the application.
And
So,
he
but I
said
want to
in
make sure
his-
that's clear.
Okay, and he said in his motion, an application. This is one application, and that's all you're dealing with at this point. But with an instruction to staff to clarify and fix this. Yes,
Madam Mayor, I
Councilwoman.
just want to make it crystal clear, though, we as the council, whether staff recommends denial or not, we can always override and recommend approval. So as applications come in each of our wards, whether you fix your code or whether we don't fix it fast enough, then the council members each will say approved or not approved. But we appreciate everything you do.
Okay. Well, there's a motion, but wait a minute, I haven't had the public hearing. Public hearing, sorry, anybody on agenda item 110 wants to speak? They're flooding us all. Public hearing's closed. Now we can have, there's a motion to approve the action appeal of whatever it was. There it is, for possible action and appeal of the director's decision regarding non-acceptance. So he is moving to approve number 110. Yes? and accept the one application?
The motion would be to grant the appeal that's been requested.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Please vote if you're able to. It is a challenge. But also directing staff to clarify the language on this so that we can be consistent. And please vote. Councilwoman by orally. Aye. And I'm eyeing too. This doesn't work.
Green ball.
Yeah, everybody, it's aye. And with the instruction to staff to clarify the language. Oh, what's happening now? You going to try and post? No. Okay, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and now we're on to agenda item 111, set date on any appeals filed, required public hearings, instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals for the city planning commission meetings and dangerous building nuisance litter abatements.
Will do, thank you.
Thank you very much. Our time for our second citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the city council. No subject may be acted upon by the city council unless the subject is on the agenda scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, must give your name for the record, the amount of discussion, any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? I will close public comment, and we will now move on to agenda item 13, which is council member participation and recognition. Councilman, whoever you are at the very end, Councilman Creer, I'm running out of gas here.
I know the feeling. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am going to read my Ward 5 final announcements, and Councilman Fiore had to step out, so I'm going to read hers as well. So we'll start with ours. The Smith Center on May 23rd, Renaissance Music Academy and Classical Music Education Foundation presents their annual gala concert of Renaissance Music Academy. Enjoy an evening of classical music hits from Mozart and Beethoven to Rachmaninoff, presented by the Classical Music Education Foundation, highlighted the Renaissance Music Academy students, which are ages 4 to 18, past year's accomplishment. This 9th anniversary gala concert proudly reflects the Classical Music Educational Foundation and Renaissance Music Academy's dedication to the advancement of classical music and also in contributing to Las Vegas's preeminence in music entertainment. Lovers of classical music should try to truly enjoy a memorable evening. For tickets, visit www.thesmithcenter.com. Contemporary West Dance Theater founder Bernard Gaddis presents their spring concert series on May 24th and 25th at 7:30 p.m. and May 26th at 1:30 p.m. at the West Las Vegas Library Theater, located at 951 West Lake Mead Road. This is a multicultural five-star American dance company dedicated to continuing the legacy of excellence in the arts. Celebrating diverse artistic exchange and bringing dance to the people, this is free and open to the public. For more information, call 702-507-3989. Juneteenth Festival. Rainbow Dreams Educational Foundation presents the 19th annual Las Vegas Juneteenth Festival. This evening event will take place at Keage Isoki Palacio Park, Doolittle Park, on Wednesday, June 19th from 6 to 9 p.m. Juneteenth is an American cultural celebration, and American cultural music is combined with the influence of many cultures that have settled in the United States. Those global elements have influenced food, art, history, and music. Juneteenth is a celebration of the contributions of the diverse African traditions that enrich American culture, and this is a family event open to all. For more information, visit www.june19lv.com. Also, you can always reach us on Twitter at Cedric Creer, Instagram Councilman Creer, Facebook Councilman Cedric Creer. And I just want to take one moment to recognize our former Ward 5 City Councilwoman and now our former Las Vegas Planning Commissioner for Ward 5, Brenda Williams, who has faithfully and honorably served as Commissioner for the past year, whose last meeting was last night. And I want to thank Commissioner Williams for all of her dedication to the ward and to serving as Planning Commissioner. And from one former planning commissioner to another, I know those nights can be long. So thank you very, very much. Let's move to Ward 6, updates and events. Great. Movie in the Park, How to Train Your Dragon, The Hidden World, Friday, June 7th at 7:30 p.m. Centennial Hills Park Amphitheater, 7101 North Buffalo Drive. I know this is a free event and free popcorn and water while supplies last. Lawn seating, bring your low chairs and blankets to be more comfortable. The Fishing Derby is Saturday, June 8th, 7:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. at Floyd Land Park at Tulip Springs. Please join the City of Las Vegas and the Nevada Department of Wildlife for a free day of fishing. Should be a lot of fun. And then located is this young lady, which is great to hear. She was found, and God bless for that. The next one, great news. We have learned today that Howard Dijon has been located this morning, which is great to hear. God bless on that. And then we have another missing person. Rose was last seen in the area of Delray and Rainbow, Las Vegas Boulevard. It was last seen wearing a gray jacket with a black tights and white Vans shoes. Anyone with information is asked to contact the numbers listed below. The Nevada Child Seekers or Las Vegas Metro Police. Alexis was last seen in the area. She was located, which is great to hear. God bless on that one. And then Dijon was also located. And that ends it for Ward 6.
Much. Mayor Pro Tem?
I've been asked to give some information out. I know we've said these things before, but the Community Emergency Response Team wants everyone to realize that following a major disaster, professional first responders may not be able to meet the demand for emergency services. Under these kinds of conditions, family members, fellow employees, and neighbors will have to help each other. The City of Las Vegas Office of Emergency Management provides training and coordination for the Southern Nevada Community Emergency Response Team, CERT it's called. CERT training is designed for residents who are able to assist in a major disaster, and CERT training is taking place in Ward 1 beginning May 21st. To register, please visit the city's website at lasvegasnevada.gov. And our annual Float Like a Duck is taking place at the Bill and Lily Heinrich YMCA at 4141 Meadows Lane on Saturday, May 25th from noon to 4 p.m. This event is free and open to the public, and there's highlights in the pool because it's a beautiful pool and lots of fun, but they also have lifeguards there who teach children swimming, so if your child doesn't swim, you can learn the safety measures. And you know, this is so important this time of year because parents and their children are especially vulnerable. So the parents and their children are encouraged to attend the Float Like a Duck. Now, finally, just the season of mowing and weed whacking. As a friendly reminder, city code requires homeowners to trim weeds and grass that are over 8 inches height. And I must tell you, I'm getting calls about the city's area and the weeds. Yeah, I'm getting several calls on that. So they say to me, well, the city has to be doing theirs too. And we will be. It's just that we have so many to do. But we should remember that because when the weeds in the grass get tall, it's a negative on your neighborhood. The Southern Nevada Water Authority is also encouraging homeowners to replace turf with desert landscaping if lawns are not in use for play or relaxation. And that is it.
Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. So let's get the first one up.
Zach, are you going?
All right, first we have a move in the park, Gerheim Heights Park, right across the street from Gerheim Elementary School. It's going to be this Friday, 7 a.m. The movie will be The Incredibles 2. Come on out with your blankets and some dinner. We'll have some popcorn and some water. It's all free of charge. Come out and have a good time. The next item is the Southern Nevada Law Enforcement Memorial, which will be held Thursday, May 23rd at 6 p.m. at Police Memorial Park. This is the evening every year where we recognize those officers on the federal, state, and local level that have made the ultimate sacrifice in protecting this community. We will announce every single name of the officer that has been killed in the line of duty. It's a wonderful ceremony, so please come out, support our law enforcement officers, their families, and our law enforcement agencies, and hope to see you out there. Next, we have Y Splash at the Durango Hills Y, May 25th from 12 to 5 p.m. It's a great time to bring your kids out, enjoy the pool. It's a great facility, a great community, a place to take your kids, and if you're interested, you can take a look at signing up your kids for the summer, since school will be out pretty soon. So come on out May 25th from 12 to 5 p.m. Again, it's all free of charge. And finally, we have Summer Splash. This is the beginning of summer in Ward 4. It's Saturday, June 1st. Again, it's at the Durango Hills Y. The pool will be opened up. You can come out and enjoy a lot of fun. It's all free, swimming, DJs, games. We'll have refreshments. You can lay out on the side. You can go swimming, whatever you want to do. And again, you can check out the Y and see if you want to join the Y. And then finally, I just want to thank my good friend Gus Flangus for stepping up and being on the Planning Commission for the next couple of months and filling in. He was asked to do that, and he volunteered to help us out on the Planning Commission. He was my Planning Commissioner for 8 years, and he will do a great job representing Ward 2 for the next couple of months until we get some people reelected. So thank you, Gus Flangus, for filling in for us, and that's all I have.
Thank you so much. And tonight, again, is by way of reminder at the Russ Street Library, City of Las Vegas, the early years at the Charleston Heights Center. Reception 6:30 to 7. Film is at 7. And, of course, screening, I believe you can see on KCLV as well. Join me in recognizing our veterans and extending gratitude to all those who have served in the past. The Memorial Day, May 27th. If you haven't had a chance, in addition to our Policemen's Memorial Park, that you see the Veterans Memorial down opposite, right in front of the State Building, opposite Cashman Field at the Grant Sawyer Building. And the community, please join in paying respects during our special Memorial Day services. The first one at 9 a.m. at Palm Mortuary, and then at 9:30 at Woodlawn Cemetery. And we're so grateful to all those who have served in the past. Our next meeting will be June 5th, Wednesday, June 5th, here at City Council. I thank our staff, our clerk, our technology department, of course, and our marshals, everybody that hangs in, and of course, my colleagues on council.
Madam Mayor, I forgot to say something, and that is a longtime helper at Wasden Elementary, Frank Peroni, passed away. You remember him, he always was helping the children across the street, much loved by the children, much appreciated by the staff at the Wasden School, and so we all send our condolences.
Yes, we do. And we are adjourned, everybody. Thank you for hanging in with us. And again, technology, you have no choice but to hang in. And our clerk. Thanks.